We don't have the superintendent, but okay. The November 19th, 2018 regular meeting of the Fairfax County School Board will now come to order. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, a moment of silence, and the performance of the national anthem by Kilmer Middle School under the direction of Kevin Sapp.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. For the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you so much, Kilmer Middle School. You all are fantastic. So, in order to comply with Section 2.2, 3712D of the Code of Virginia, it is necessary for the board to certify that since the Fairfax County School Board convened a closed meeting on November 19, 2018, to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from the open meeting requirements and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered by the board during the closed meeting. Do I have a motion? Motion made by Mr. Moon, seconded by Ms. Strauss. All those in favor? That's Ms. Hines, Ms. Palchik, Mr. McElveen, Ms. Derenak Koufax, Mr. Moon, Ms. McLaughlin, Ms. Keys-Gamarra, Ms. Evans, Ms. Strauss, and Corbett Sanders. Those opposed? Those abstaining? Mr. Wilson. Thank you. So a few announcements before we begin tonight's meeting. Action on Strategic Plan Goal 4, Resource Stewardship, has been removed from the agenda and will be considered at a future meeting. The Governance Committee proposed revisions to Policy 8335, Wireless Telecommunications Facilities, has been removed from the agenda and will be considered at the December 20th, 2018 regular meeting. If you would like to review a copy of the agenda and any agenda item that is being discussed tonight, that information is on the table by the auditorium entrance. Tonight's agenda is available by going to the school board on the FCPS homepage and selecting board docs under upcoming school board meetings. The meeting is also being streamed live online. Select school board from the full menu, then click on the Watch Live button on the school board meetings webpage. Please turn off or silence your cell phone. I now call on Mr. McElveen for a resolution.
Okay, I'm excited to read the resolution for National Inclusive Schools Week. Whereas since its inception in 2001, National Inclusive Schools Week has celebrated the progress that schools have made in providing a supportive and quality education to an increasingly diverse student population, including students who are marginalized due to disability, gender, socioeconomic status, cultural heritage, language preference, and other factors. And whereas Inclusive Schools Week is an annual event sponsored by the Inclusive Schools Network and is held during the first full week of December, and whereas this year's theme is Kaleidoscope of Friends. A kaleidoscope is an infinite array of patterns of brilliant light created by repeated reflection. The word kaleidoscope means beautiful shape, and indeed, education takes on a beautiful shape when all children belong and are valued as contributing members of the school community. The vision of inclusive education is to drive decisions, actions, and core beliefs. Repeated reflection helps shape effective practices to meet the needs of all students. Whereas by adding the words friends, the result is myriad relationships that provide opportunities for the support and growth of all children. Whereas the week also provides an important community opportunity for educators, students, and parents to discuss what else needs to be done in order to ensure that their schools continue to improve their ability to successfully educate all children. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fairfax County School Board reminds the entire FCPS community that education takes on a beautiful shape when all children are included. I so move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Moon. Mr. McElveen, would you like to speak to your resolution?
We are very proud this week to celebrate National Inclusive Schools Week, which will be in the first week of December. Obviously, we will not have a board meeting before then, so it's critical that we recognize this now, and we're grateful to all the members in the community who have come out tonight to help celebrate with us.
Mr. Moon, would you like to speak to your second?
Tell what you want to say.
Would any other board members like to speak? Okay. Yes, Ms. McLaughlin.
There's always the danger that then it will trigger the other 10 school board members to want to speak to this. So we'll see what happens. But I do see our advocates in the audience from SEPTA, and I just want to acknowledge you being here this evening to help us celebrate National Inclusive Week. Without question, as a member of this board, I've been very proud of our collaboration with our community on such an important issue like inclusivity from all different walks of life and backgrounds. And so this is a special occasion to be celebrating it, but it's also one that through our community engagement, we hope you'll continue to let us know how we can improve upon this work for FCPS.
Okay, please join me in welcoming Diane Cooper-Gould, President of SEPTA, and parents and students who are in the audience to the dais for a photo with the board.
window closed afterwards. I now call on Ms. Derenak Koufax for a resolution honoring the 50th anniversary of Hayfield Secondary School.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am pleased to offer this resolution. 50 years, Hayfield. Congratulations. Whereas Hayfield Secondary School, the first public secondary school to open in Fairfax County, Virginia, will proudly celebrate its 50th anniversary and its reputation for providing generations of students from a richly diverse community with an excellent academic foundation. And whereas Hayfield is a high-performing secondary school dedicated to providing a strong instructional program in an inviting school environment for its students who represent over 71 countries and speak 38 different languages, and has enriched students through English learner, special education, advanced academic programming, along with young scholars, career and technical education certifications, fine and performing arts experience, caring mentors, student-to-student ambassador program, AVID, and college partnership programs. And whereas the school has continued to provide the best educational tools and learning opportunities for its students by embracing new initiatives, implementing and recognizing the importance of arts and career and technical education in developing creative minds and providing alternative avenues for learning, renovating its facilities and equipping classrooms with the latest educational technology, and implementing one-to-one computer access for all students. And whereas the faculty, parents, and community of Hayfield are committed to increasing the emotional well-being and academic achievement of all students through increased access to rigor in addition to academic and socio-emotional supports, while viewing its diversity as a unique opportunity and strength that enriches and broadens the educational experience of all students and prepares them to be 21st century learners. And whereas thousands of students have passed through the doors at Hayfield Secondary and benefited from a comprehensive education and the efforts of dedicated, caring teachers and staff whose vision it is that all students graduate as caring citizens, critical thinkers, and creative collaborators. Now for be it resolved that the Fairfax County School Board honors Hayfield Secondary School on the occasion of its 50th anniversary, commends the school on its history of providing educational excellence and enrichment opportunities to the students and community, and conveys its most heartfelt best wishes for a successful anniversary celebration. I so move.
Is there a second? Okay. Seconded by Ms. Palchik. Ms. Derenak Koufax, would you like to speak to your resolution?
Just briefly, I am so honored to represent the families attending Hayfield Secondary. I am thankful for the school's strong administrators and staff, and I love your Hawk Pride. So thank you so much. I invite Mr. Martin Grimm, the principal, the associate principal, Alfonso Smith, the director of student services, Aaron Crawley, and teacher, Roxanne Seftis, who has served the students in the Hayfield Secondary School community for 43 years.
find this one for me. Ryan, you're...
I call on Mrs. Corbett Sanders for the resolution.
Whereas the Commonwealth has no more precious resources than its children, and public schools represent the best public means to help Virginia children live rich and fulfilling lives. And whereas Virginia's per pupil funding for K through 12 education remains below 2008-2009 levels when adjusted for inflation, and whereas teachers in Virginia earn an average of $9,218 under the national average, ranking the Commonwealth 34th in the nation for average teacher salary, and whereas Virginia, as a national leader in public education, commerce, and civic health, must act immediately to increase investments in our schools, and whereas educators and public education supporters around the country have chosen the color red and the slogan #Red4Ed to call attention to the inadequacy of current school funding and the harm it does to children. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fairfax County School Board honors the work for the Red4Ed movement to enrich children's lives by advocating for increased resources for K through 12 schools. I so move.
Is there a second? Second by Mr. McElveen. Mrs. Corbett Sanders, would you like to speak to your resolution?
Yes, Mr. Moon, I am very happy to speak to this resolution, which recognizes the very important role that our public school teachers and administrators play in ensuring that every child in the state of Virginia is able to achieve their potential. And to be able to achieve that potential, we need to have the best and the brightest. And here in Fairfax County, I truly believe that we have the best and the brightest educators of anywhere in the world, not just the state or the country. But to be able to continue to attract and retain our best educators, we need to have a commitment at the local, state, and federal level to ensure that we fund our public educators. So it is my pleasure to support this resolution.
Thank you, Mr. McElveen. Would you like to speak to your second?
So as part of this board, I know we're all very proud to be joining in this statewide effort on behalf of VEA to work on this Red4Ed movement and to pass this resolution here tonight. I would also say that it's very appropriate for us to be passing this on the same night that we pass our legislative program, 4 of the priorities of which do relate to funding. So this is an issue about which all of us are very passionate, and we certainly will stand with you at the state level along with our lobbyists. And I would just also like to add that there are competing colors up here tonight. Some of us are wearing blue, some are wearing red. It doesn't show a preference for one over the other, but I do know that all of us have red in our hearts. So we are with you, and we love the work you're doing. Thank you.
Any other board? Is there any other board member who wants to speak? Ms. Palchik.
Thank you. Yes, I also want to add, first of all, pleased to see both our blue and our reds here tonight, supporting our kids and advocates. I know that we have both members of our local teachers, educators, as well as state representatives, retirees, union members who are here to support our kids. Also, 86% of our funding goes to our programming. And that means that it is about our employees supporting our kids. I know as one graduate of Fairfax County Public Schools in Virginia, I've been very disappointed to see the decreased investment at the state level of our schools, and I hope that we continue to see an increase. There's been a slight increase. We have a long, long ways to go. We can no longer balance the budget on the backs of our kids and our community. And I do hope as an effort that we continue to advocate together. I spent this morning hearing from advocates down in Richmond from all the way from pre-K to adult education, healthcare. There are so many needs for our kids. and we can no longer stand on the sidelines. So I'm very happy to support this. As you know, in Virginia, funding is provided locally by the state, very little by the federal government, and so we must continue to be advocates for our kids.
Mrs. McLaughlin, to be followed by Mr. Tigner.
So I just want to take a moment to say that your advocacy out there tonight, coming with us to draw attention to the fact that as one of the most economically successful states in all of the United States, and yet to be ranked 34th is unacceptable. That the funding has not been matched after a 10-year recession, and now we're finding ourselves with funding that still has not brought us to where our economic engine has finally restored much of the revenue that the Commonwealth was missing during that time. It is important that we all bring our collective voice to it, and I hope that you'll keep us informed on how we can help your efforts down in Richmond when the new General Assembly starts. And as Mr. McElveen noted, some are wearing blue, some are wearing red, and when you put those two colors together, you get purple. So that's my purple for you tonight, and thank you again for being here.
Mr. Tigner.
I too am wearing purple. So support for both of you guys. I just wanted to state from the student perspective how important teachers are to us. Oftentimes at this level in education, a teacher will make or break the class, you know? Sometimes it's been subjects I've never been really interested in, but I had this amazing teacher this one year, and that made my whole year. And it made the whole day. Every single day it would motivate me to go on to the next class and the one after that as well. So making sure to keep up that funding and the state interest, and making sure we attract those teachers and keep them where they are, and all those good teachers that hopefully they stay in the county, makes a big impact on the lives of our students.
Any other board member? Darren Kovacs.
Thank you. I want to thank you all for being here tonight and for being continual advocates for what we need. You know, you're in our resolution here. We talked about ranking the Commonwealth as 34th in the nation for the average teacher salary, and as we all know, we're even much lower in overall K through 12 funding. We're somewhere in the high 40s. Think about all the good we're doing with the lack of funding. Imagine how magnificent we can be if we continue to work together and move that needle forward, because we know we have children with needs out there. We know we have amazing teachers that are leaving the profession because they can't afford to be a teacher any longer, and we want to stand together with you continually as we have in the past to continue to advocating and continue to get more funding, because you teachers, as Mr. Tigner said, a teacher is what makes our school system. You're everything. You're the core of what we need and how to move the kids forward. And we thank you for being here tonight, and we look forward to working together in advocacy.
Any other board member? If not, noting that my blood is red, let me call for the vote. All those in favor, raise your hand. The vote's unanimous with Mr. Schultz absent from the table. The resolution passes.
At this time, I would like to invite Kevin Hickerson, President of the Fairfax Education Association, and all those who are here in support of the Red for Ed, to please join me at the dais for a photo with the board. Board members, if I can ask you to return to the dais. The next order of business is citizen participation. Tonight, 6 citizens have signed up to address the board, and we also have 1 video testimony. Speakers are requested to limit their remarks to not more than 3 minutes. The school board will not hear statements involving issues that have been scheduled for public hearings, such as capital improvement program, budget, and boundaries. Complaints regarding individual students or school-based employees should be directed to the appropriate school principal or other school official. Speakers should refrain from using personally identifiable information in connection with an individual student. Speakers are expected to deliver their comments with the decorum and respect appropriate to the conduct of the public's business. Please be mindful that there are often young children in attendance at these meetings or watching at home, so language should be appropriate for all age levels. Thank you for your cooperation, and thanks to those who have come to speak with us tonight. I have Kevin Hickerson from the FEA, followed by Amy Haywood.
Good evening, Chairwoman Corbett Sanders, school board members, Dr. Brabrand, and FCPS staff. I'm Kevin Hickerson, president of the Fairfax Education Association, and I'm here tonight to speak on behalf of my members on the Red for Ed resolution. As the largest school district in Virginia, Fairfax is seen as the leader in public education. I want to thank you for passing the resolution tonight that signals to the rest of the Commonwealth that we need to call upon the General Assembly to fully fund public education throughout Virginia. The Red for Ed movement started in West Virginia and has traveled all across the country to Oklahoma, Arizona, Kentucky, and North Carolina as a movement of educators who stand in solidarity with the communities they serve to say, enough is enough. The Virginia Education Association has heard this call, and along with other groups and community organizations, we have decided to put our collective foot down. Public school employees are not going to sit idly by as the quality of education withers right in front of our eyes. We are not going to let our talented IAs, custodians, bus drivers, food service workers, and other educational support staff leave a profession they love because they could not make ends meet in their households. We are not going to teach in buildings and trailers that are destitute, deteriorating, and desolate. This is all happening in Virginia, and we need to find a way to make it stop. The General Assembly needs to fulfill its responsibility as laid out by the Virginia State Constitution. In Article 8, Section 1, it states that not only should there be free public education, but the General Assembly shall seek to ensure that an education program of high quality is established and continually maintained. They are derelict in their duty as areas around Virginia are not high quality for every student, and they obviously were not well maintained since they have become worse over time. The solutions are right there in front of us. Here are a few we can do right now. We need to lift the SOQ caps that have been placed since 2008. We need to stop operating in crisis mode of the past and actually fund our schools at a proper level. We need to have the lottery funds to not be supplanted to address our infrastructure needs, and we need to increase funding to our most at-risk students to make sure that they do not fall through the bureaucratic cracks within the system. Each and every person here tonight in our schools and the community can wear red on Wednesdays and share with others why you are doing so. I also invite you to a rally being held by the VEA at noon on January 28th at the Bell Tower in Richmond to show the Governor and the General Assembly that we are serious about funding public education in Virginia. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Amy Haywood, followed by Reginald Pickett.
Good evening. Thanks for the opportunity to speak about the Inclusive Schools Week. As you know, this school board has struggled to implement policies that include all viewpoints, so I'm glad to see that you are taking steps to address this problem. Your resolution states that the Inclusive Week will be a time to discuss what else needs to be done. I would like to give you a starting point. My family moved here this summer, and one of my neighbors told me that Fairfax County has such a great school district. I've been researching the drama surrounding changes to family life education, so I responded that it's great depending on who you talk to and what you're looking for. I had looked at FLECAC and board meeting videos, and I reviewed pages of parent comments which were overwhelmingly against the proposal to replace biological sex with the notion that sex is assigned at birth. I reviewed many of the new FLE lessons, and several were quite good, but I also reviewed 7th, 8th, and 9th grade lessons covering human sexuality, and I was deeply disappointed in their marked departure from proven science. For example, in an 8th grade lesson on individual identity, teachers will say that individual identity has 4 parts: sex assigned at birth, gender identity, includes transgender, gender role, and sexual orientation. First, I'm wondering where you got this information and how you can justify using this definition to replace what proven science teaches us about biological sex. I saw references to the American Psychological Association and Advocates for Youth, but secondary opinions are not good enough. Can you show us some primary research that is replicated and not just a one-off to support this revolutionary definition? Who discovered this and on what date? Second, FLE is inconsistent because when kids reach 9th grade, they learn in a lesson on pregnancy and birth that the sex of a child is determined at the moment of conception. This is what we need to be teaching children because it is verified science. Your definition of sexual identity, however, is influenced by ideology. You can choose to believe that it's true, but you need to make sure that children understand that this is not proven science. This is theoretical. As such, why is this school district pushing beliefs on kids? Religious people understand that pushing God or the theory of creation in public schools is not allowed. We would never allow someone from any religion to proselytize our children in a public school classroom. Yet when parents commented on the FLE's proposed gaslighting, 10 of you ignored their concerns and rushed to change the curriculum. So back to inclusion, I do not feel like my family is welcome in this district because we do not share your beliefs and we prefer evidence-based science. FLE and this board need balance. For this reason, we have chosen private school over public school. We can't really afford private school, but we really can't afford this indoctrination.
Reginald Pickett, followed by Amanda Campbell.
How you guys doing? Thanks for taking your time and energy to listen to some of our statements and answer our questions. Best way I can start this off is by asking a question. What are we going to do with the knowledge of history once we learn it? Other than learning never to repeat history and all the great things people did and shouldn't have done, we should grasp the reason, what are we going to do with the knowledge once we have it? If you're going to study history, you learn about solving a problem. You study and research the problem. I wanted to recognize at this time Alex Haley's miniseries, Roots. It's a 6-video miniseries. It has 37 Primetime Emmy Awards, and it's considered one of the most unprecedented shows to watch for both black and white people about American history. The 2016 version even has a lesson plan that's convenient for history teachers. I'm requesting that the Fairfax County School Board make a mandatory viewing of the miniseries in the high school curriculum. I watched it in 5th grade, and it approved me, and my daughter's never seen it, and I think it has a better quality conversation when talking about race when you do some research. Alex Haley spent 13 years tracing back his genealogy to Africa, and he traced it all the way back and found out it was a Spotsylvania plantation where his ancestors were at. And he traced it back to his children, his grandchildren, through the Revolutionary War, Civil War, the Reconstruction era. And the miniseries goes over these things. And I think we're clear about other groups like Aborigines, tribes, their cultures, what happened in World War II, what happened with the Jewish Holocaust and what transpired in that. I even watched Homeland about what's going on in the Middle East. So the Roots, the miniseries, gives the children of color how to feel. It explains racial issues today. And it's not about finding an excuse or blaming anybody. You even see overseers who got their jobs by being indentured servants one time on plantations. So you see it's got research and historical accuracies about the United States. So what are our children going to do with this knowledge once they have it? I think the miniseries will help children and families talk about race in a more thoughtful, methodical manner to help build more quality conversations and relationships. So I'm just asking the school board, just maybe take consideration to put it in the miniseries in the high school curriculum, specifically for American history class. Thank you.
Amanda Campbell, followed by Cheryl Binkley.
Good evening. My name is Amanda Campbell, and I am speaking tonight as an individual. We are here to celebrate Inclusive Schools Week, but what exactly does inclusion mean? While the word inclusion does not appear in IDEA, the law does say that, quote, to the maximum extent appropriate, children with disabilities must be educated with children who are not disabled. Further, special classes, separate schooling, or other removal of children with disabilities from the regular education environment may only occur when the nature or severity of the disability of the child is such that an education in regular classes with the use of supplementary aids and services cannot be achieved satisfactorily. So imagine my surprise as an educator when, at my daughter's transition to kindergarten meeting, a PSL said that, quote, a one-to-one aid in a general education classroom is more restrictive than a self-contained classroom. There is literally no situation in which a self-contained classroom alone, with no access to non-disabled peers, is less restrictive, as defined by IDEA, than having supports and services in a general education classroom. Now, that said, a one-to-one aid can have its own drawbacks, and I understand that. I'm not saying otherwise. It's not always the appropriate answer. I don't bring this up to single anyone out. This is something I've heard across the county. I bring this up because it is that moment in an IEP meeting that sets the tone for inclusion across the board. A few schools in the county have begun to champion inclusion. Camelot Elementary has a fantastic acceptance team which is created to teach and give students the tools they need to fully accept one another and be a friend to all, both in and out of school. Flores Elementary and PTA have their inclusive A Walk in My Shoes program, which simulates disabilities with the goal of raising awareness and increasing empathy among the general education population. Robinson's Partner Class and Partner Club develop meaningful relationships between neurotypical children and children with disabilities. As fantastic as these examples are, though, they are outliers and not the norm. The entire district should be looking to programs like these and how they can be mirrored in all schools. What does inclusion look like? Inclusion is having a seat in the general education classroom like everyone else and joining them daily for academic time as appropriate. Inclusion is having the music teacher and special education teacher coming to you asking how they can include your nonverbal child in the spring concert in a musical way, and then making sure she has access to her favorite classroom instruments to play along during the performance. Inclusion is the principal fighting to attend your transition IEP meeting after you said you don't want to send your child out of boundary, because the principal knows that her school is the best place for her student. Inclusion is a mindset where your principal hears about Camelot's acceptance team, and her first reaction is to call Camelot's principal to learn more about it. I could not be more grateful that my daughter is at a school where inclusion truly is an everyday mindset. As we look to Inclusive Schools Week, I hope we can also remember that inclusion is more than just 1 week out of the year or a certain time of day, but something that needs to be fostered all day, every day, in all classrooms. Thank you.
Cheryl Binkley, followed by Diane Cooper Gould.
Hello, and I want to first say thank you for the Red for Ed resolution. I'm having to abandon what I had planned to say because you guys are too well read. All the stats and all the details that I was going to make the argument for why this is an important movement, you and Kevin have already shared, so I don't need to do that. What I do want to do, I want to thank the staff. I want to thank you guys for every day that you work for our schools and our students, because I know the thankless task. And what I wanted to stress is that the state's failure to fund our schools, their failure to fulfill their constitutional duty to our students, has made your job so much harder. Every year we live through the budget cycle of Hunger Games, of can we afford to keep this? Can we afford to not charge for that? Can we afford what we need for our schools? And so I want to invite you all, everyone here, we are going to not just be rallying as teachers. We are going to be rallying all the stakeholders in the state. And we will start at 11 o'clock to march from Monroe Park
to the 12 o'clock rally on the Capitol grounds, and we'll have the Capitol grounds for the afternoon to celebrate our public schools and what they've done. So what I want to invite you to do is not just do a resolution, but come with us to Richmond, January 28th, 2019. It is the PTA's rally. It's the PTA's lobby day as well as VEA's lobby day. And come with the parents, come with the teachers, come with the school boards, come with the superintendents, and let's all let the legislature know that Virginia will be a place of learning and an education destination for the nation. Thank you.
Diane Cooper Gould.
School. It defines our youth. It is second only to our families in shaping who we are as individuals and where we stand within our community. School forms the trajectory of our futures. I'm sure everyone in this room knows the importance of school, or we would not be here on a Monday night before Thanksgiving when we have bathrooms to clean and turkeys to cook. But I digress. Think of the moments that helped you become the person you are today. I bet many of them happened within the framework of school. Picture those school memories, and where do you see yourself? In a classroom? A lunchroom? Are you at a dance or a football game? Are you laughing with your friends in the hall, the bus, or the bleachers? When you think about school, do you think only of academics, or do you think of an immersive life? Do any of you picture yourselves alone, on the sidelines, watching others take part in quintessential activities to which you are denied access? Studies show that students who are socially isolated are at a much higher risk of loneliness and depression. Studies also show that students with disabilities are more likely to be socially isolated than their peers. As we celebrate Inclusive Schools Week, I challenge you to redefine the meaning of school inclusion. Meaningful inclusion is not only academic. It is every student, regardless of ability, being a welcome and integral part of the entire school community, academic, social, and extracurricular. During our Inclusive Schools Night, SEPTA highlighted some phenomenal inclusion programs that are occurring in FCPS, such as Robinson's Partnership Program, Unified Special Olympics, and Camelot's Acceptance Team. These programs foster friendships and are literally life-changing for the students, both disabled and not, who are participating in them. But these programs are only available in a handful of our nearly 200 FCPS schools. Currently, there is zero system-wide support for the implementation and continuance of these programs. Their existence is completely dependent on the personal initiative and support of some dedicated staff and family members. A child being part of an inclusive school environment should not be according to the luck of the neighborhood in which she was born. How is that equitable? Inclusion should be the rule, not the exception. But in order for these programs to survive and thrive, they must have administrative support, teacher support, and funding. It is time for the FCPS School Board and administration to lead from the top and insist that all schools have inclusive programming, not just in classrooms, but during the in-between spaces, the spaces where communities and friendships lie. There must be concrete plans and resources dedicated to ensuring students with disabilities are woven into the fabric of our school community. Inclusion at a school level is the foundation on which an inclusive Fairfax County will be built. Thank you. And Red for Ed. Yeah.
We now have a video.
Good evening, Madam Chair, school board members, Dr. Brabrand, and senior staff. My name is Robert Rigby. I have been advocating in various capacities for the concerns of LGBTQ students, staff, and parents, and their family members during my almost 2 decades as an employee of Fairfax County Public Schools. I've seen much progress made in this school system in acceptance and inclusion of LGBTQ people. Some of that progress has been brought forward by the current leadership and the members of the current board. For that, I want to thank you on my own behalf and on behalf of the members of FCPS Pride. Tonight, as new business, you are proposing a process for the writing and signing of advocacy letters by members of the school board. To me, it looks like a fair and well-considered proposition. Given that you are considering advocacy letters, I would ask that you, or some of you, consider an advocacy letter on behalf of the transgender, non-binary, and gender non-conforming members of our community. The United States government is considering a definition of gender that would erase trans and non-binary people and intersex people from public life in this country. It would directly affect some of our registration procedures and would cast a shadow on our non-discrimination policies. In addition, the declaration by the federal government that some people are not real, that they are without value as human beings, would dramatically affect inclusion and acceptance of trans, non-binary, and intersex members of our community. Our community is reeling from this proposal. A declaration or letter from members of the Fairfax County School Board would be at least some balm on that wound. In addition, it may in fact deflect the federal government from the horrifying path that it is going down. It has already taken the first steps down that path, and my community is terrified. Please consider writing such a letter or letters. Thank you.
I now call on Mr. Tigner for student representative matters.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to begin my time with a quick story. In freshman year, I was diagnosed with ADHD, and it was a difficult time and interesting in the fact that I did not know how to deal with that diagnosis and how it necessarily affected me. I tried different medications, and none of them really worked. I just got a whole new share of side effects each time I tried a new one. And I realized after a while that sometimes the solution to your most personal problems are personal. They lie within you. So I decided to go and test something out. And for me, that solution was running. And it's interesting because running or that solution takes a different form for each person. It might be meditation, right? It might be reading a book. It might be going out and spending time with your friends, something as simple as that. But as I began running, and I tried to run every single day, and for a couple months I ran every single day to get over that hump, I learned a lot of lessons from it, and I raised a lot of questions. Do you listen to music when you run, or do you not listen to music? Should you run flat, or do you take the hills and you challenge yourself? What breathing rhythm do you use? Do you pace yourself, or do you push yourself right away? What happens if someone else passes you while you're running? Does that demotivate you, or does that push you on? Do you cut a corner? The dirt trail goes around a corner. Do you cut across the dirt, or do you stay on the pavement and go the long route? Right? What happens if you get a cramp while you're running? If you hit a wall? If you fall short of yesterday's milestone? Do you push harder, or do you give up and take a break? And quickly, running became a metaphor for me for success in sort of my game in life. And I feel that it's a very important thing to recognize that sometimes the smallest things around you, you can learn the biggest lessons from. So hopefully I plead everyone to find their, running or their sort of self-found solution to the biggest problem they face. On a more sort of formal side, I attended the Virginia School Board Association convention last Wednesday. And I had a great time meeting some of the other student representatives from the other counties within Virginia. We shared some great ideas and generally sort of came together on the voices that we hold as students. And year 2018 has been a big year for the student voice. So it was really great to get out there and hear the things they had to say. Yesterday, 2 days ago, I also went to the Virginia Student Council Association. It was out in Orange County, and we have a meeting at Student Council Association from a good amount of high schools in Virginia, and we're coming together to create a state convention in spring. If your students or children are involved in student council, please let them know about that so they can come out. Also today, a cool thing from our high school, we had Ethics Day. Ethics Day is a day where students get to go out and learn about different ethical decisions they might encounter in their future life and sort of practice and sort of communicate, get talking, and sort of spark that ethical conversation among each other. And there was an interesting activity in the unconscious bias room, right? And this activity was, there's a line at the front of the room, and the speaker would make a statement. It might be something as simple as, what's your favorite flavor of ice cream? And if you agreed with it, you would cross that line. It took a very personal turn, though, and after a while, he asked the question, do you feel that your parents are proud of you? And about 75% crossed that line and left 25% on the other side. And that leaves a very physical representation of what students feel, and if they feel as if they're supported by someone as close as their parents. And, well, there's a good thing, despite saying that. It's never too late to help and support your child. And, you know, let them know you're proud of a good grade, or remind them you're proud of them. And on this topic, I would also like to thank my parents, Mom, and my dad, and my sister, Anna, for coming out and showing their support today as well. Sort of wanted to tie that in there. Thank you, guys. And you can do the same with anyone. It doesn't even have to be your child or your student if you're a teacher, but just someone else in your community. You know, being supported and being validated is one of the most important things in our social society. That's all I have, but happy Thanksgiving and enjoy your holidays.
Item 5.01, confirmation of action taken in closed meeting. This is the portion of the meeting where the board will confirm any action regarding issues that were discussed in the closed meeting. These issues may include action taken regarding student disciplinary matters. Board members have discussed each individual case, and at this time, we'll make several motions to confirm the recommended action. I call on Mrs. Strauss for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I move to deny the school reassignment appeal of a student who assaulted another student at school and to confirm the disciplinary decision of the division superintendent.
Second. All those in favor? That's Ms. Hines, Ms. Palchik, Mr. McElveen, Ms. Derenak Kofax, Mr. Moon, Ms. Evans, Ms. Strauss. Those opposed? Those abstaining? Ms. Schultz, Ms. Keys-Gamarra, Ms. McLaughlin, and Mr. Wilson. That motion passes. I call on Mrs. Derenak Kofax for a motion.
I move to deny the school reassignment appeal of a student who assaulted and robbed another student at school and to confirm the disciplinary decision of the division superintendent.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
All those in favor? Ms. Strauss, Ms. Evans, Ms. Keys-Gamarra, Mr. Moon, Ms. Derenak Kofax, Mr. McElveen, Ms. Palchik, Ms. Hines, Ms. Corbett-Sanders. Those opposed? Those abstaining? Ms. Schultz, Ms. McLaughlin, and Mr. Wilson. That motion passes. Item 5.02, Strategic Plan Goal 4, Resource Stewardship. This item has been removed from the agenda and will be considered at a future meeting. Item 5.03, Fairfax County School Board State and Federal Legislative Program. I call on Mr. McElveen for the motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the board adopt the Fairfax County School Board's 2019 state and federal legislative program.
Is there a second? Seconded by Ms. McLaughlin. Mr. McElveen, would you like to speak to your motion?
Sure. So tonight, our board will consider our annual legislative program, which is 24 pages of truly exciting reading, along with our legislative priorities document, which also lays out the issues that are of greatest priority to this board in the upcoming General Assembly session. And we will share all of these documents once passed with our legislators next week when we meet with them. You'll note that in our legislative, we have a number of amendments to our legislative program tonight, which I think reflect the passion and interest and advocacy of all members of this board, and also our true interest in improving the lives of our students and our employees and community members. So I look forward to the discussion, and I'm grateful for the support of my colleagues in bringing this forward, along with the masterful work of Michael Malloy, who remains our steady hand down in Richmond, and who is the man who has to implement the magic down there. So thank you all, and I look forward to your support.
Ms. McLaughlin, would you like to speak to your second?
Yes, I want to echo what Mr. McElveen had to say about the passion of my colleagues and all of us on the importance of this legislative program for both state and federal. While Mr. McElveen's the liaison this year for our state legislation, I will be serving the role for federal liaison. One of the things that I will be mentioning to my colleagues during the course of our conversation is that I think we need to have some more detailed information in this that's helpful to our legislators, but also to the public to understand why some of these issues are so incredibly important. And I also want to just preface by saying that while the board spent almost 2 hours at its work session reviewing these legislative priorities, the reason you are seeing so many amendments this evening, and I think this is a record from years past, is because we do recognize as the largest jurisdiction in the Commonwealth and the 10th largest in the United States, we are a massive school division, and we have an ability to really lead on a number of issues that affect not just Fairfax County, but children throughout the Commonwealth of Virginia. And I don't think that we've been able to give the amount of time the board needs to really review this legislative package. So I hope that what we'll come away with tonight is that really what we may need to do for future efforts on our legislative program is to actually dedicate a lot more time than just the 2 hours once a year at a work session. We really need to have probably 2 bites at the apple and have a better sense of how we are working with our superintendent and his team for identifying what are our mission critical areas that we want to focus our priorities on for the coming legislative session. So I say that not to be anything other than constructive and supportive of the fact that this board cares so deeply about bringing a strong voice to Richmond and to our United States government.
I call on Ms. Hines for an amendment.
Thank you. I move to amend the main motion by adding the following to the legislative program as a standalone position under the title of Environmental Sustainability / Renewable Energy. Quote, the Fairfax County School Board supports efforts to reduce the county's greenhouse gas emissions and operational demand for energy through efficiency, conservation, renewable energy, and education, as well as incentives, opportunities, and targeted goals for the expansion of renewable energy and energy efficiency.
Is there a second? Seconded by Ms. Palchik. Ms. Hines, would you like to speak to your amendment?
I would, thank you. First of all, I would like to thank Mr. Malloy and Mr. Ryan for once again putting together a great document for us. This document has to do a lot of things. It has to go with Mr. Malloy down to Richmond so that when things move with lightning speed down there, he can turn to this document that's actually kind of lengthy and detailed and see in there what our policy statements are and respond quickly to issues and challenges as they arise. But at the same time, we hope that we'll be able to put some of our urgent priorities in there as well. And this is one. This priority has urgency for this board. It was just a month ago that we passed our environmental sustainability resolution. And I want to thank again school board members for supporting that. We pledged to advocate for changing state and at the state and federal level for legislation that will support and encourage our transition to sustainable energy. We have a great opportunity here in Fairfax County Public Schools with a footprint that is 4 times the size of the Pentagon, all those flat, sunny rooftops that we have not yet taken advantage of, and we really want to do that. And one of the barriers that we keep running into is that Virginia is not leading, and honestly, the United States is not leading in this area. We're not getting the support that we need as a local government to do the things that we want to do with our own property and with our own future. If we think about what we are leaving to the children that we serve, there is really no more urgent policy matter than a sustainable climate. So I hope that my fellow board members will support this addition to our legislative program so that Mr. Malloy can, when he's down there in Richmond, can make sure to let all of our delegation down there know how important this is to Fairfax County Public Schools and to the school board.
Ms. Palchik, would you like to speak to your second?
Yes, briefly, and I want to thank Ms. Hines for bringing this forward, for continuing her advocacy in our very challenging atmosphere. After having spoken extensively with a friend who does this at the national level, and hearing Virginia is just the hardest state to do this work in. I do hope, that we're able to work to advocate to having not just improvement, but allowing us, the county, and ensuring the state has strategic goals. I appreciate you adding that language. I think hearing from community members, it's good to say what we want to do, but we also need to have bold and strategic goals and make sure that we find ways to get there. So I want to thank our colleagues for joining us on this work, and those in the community, especially our students, who continue to remind us that we need to leave you a healthier and better future. So I'm happy to second this motion.
Ms. McLaughlin.
To add my appreciation to Ms. Hines for bringing this forward to our legislative package. As many know, I'm a native of Northern California, and for the second year in a row, we're looking at deadly wildfires. And that touched my family directly last year, and it's even more horrifying to see what's happening this year. If we do not take this opportunity as elected officials, partnering with our Board of Supervisors, which I do understand are also wanting to take a lead on this area, then we are missing an opportunity to not only continue a focus on how we can have one of the largest school divisions with the carbon footprint we have, being able to make a difference, then we're missing, I think, a vital opportunity to role model for the very children that we are wanting to ensure becoming those global and ethical citizens. So thank you, Ms. Hines, very much for bringing this forward. I think without question, this is a legislative priority, and I'm very proud to support it.
Mr. Tigner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, it's definitely a priority for all of us, and I always bring it up whenever I go talk with a school or something. I ask them what they think about climate change and where we should go, and I'll either get one of two responses, and one of them is really, really awesome, and the other one's like, all right, well, we need to make sure a little bit more recognition gets out there, why I'm really happy about this. And some of them will be motivated about it and talk about all the paths that they've taken, and other schools will, or students just specifically on one-on-one, they haven't really taken much of a stance on it. And I think as the future that, in a way, we do inherit, it is very important that we take responsibility for it and that we do our best to push for change on it. And that's why here I'm also commending you guys for sort of mirroring that view from us. I also wanted to commend our entire county. At VSBA, we won the Green Schools Challenge for like any school population 10,001 and up, which is really cool. There's only 3 in the entire state, so I think that's really awesome. So hopefully we can sort of continue that momentum and stay a leader in that area within our state and hopefully also the nation. Thank you.
Ms. Schultz.
So this is one of those ones where I feel there's a challenge because we're asking other people to do something, and I don't think we've done the most that we can on our own. We have the ability, I think, to have, and I remember having some extended conversations with some university students earlier this year who are advocating the use and installation of solar panels on our buildings. And one of the things I said to them is, the thing that Fairfax County Public Schools does that is the greatest impact to the environment is put the largest school bus fleet in the United States of America, that's larger than Greyhound by about 25%, onto the roadways, doing 18.5 million miles every year. And if we looked at things like propane buses, which are quieter and cleaner, and certainly are a better alternative, we could make an immediate impact right now, instead of looking to somebody else to make an advocacy position. So positions like this, I struggle, because if we're not leading the way, who are we waiting to do the leading? We're in charge. And so we could sit down, I think I've said this probably about 5 successive years now, and have a conversation about what we do with our vehicles, how we plan our bus routes, how long children are on school buses in the nation's worst traffic. And could we have a greater environmental impact by doing some immediacy within our own house first? So those are the things I want my colleagues to think about. It's pretty easy to look to others to make a position and send a message, quote unquote. It's harder to in-house decide that we're going to endeavor to make some changes right now, or plan on making those changes with being more strategic with the way we spend over $3 billion of taxpayer money in Fairfax County.
So before I turn it over to Ms. Hines to respond, I do want to just ask a quick question. I fully support the sentiment in this amendment. I do wonder if we need to clarify that what we're asking for is, we reaffirm our commitment to the efforts that we're doing in the county to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and operational demand for energy through efficiency, conservation, renewable energy, and education. And this is where we're having the ask for the state level, and I'm wondering if we need to put, as well as, and insert the word state incentives, opportunities, and targeted goals for the expansion of renewable energy and energy efficiency in the Commonwealth. So that we're actually, because this is our state package and we're asking the state to do something, do we need to clarify that that's what we're doing? Because as written, it looks like we're only focusing within the county.
I'm asking Mr. Malloy what he thinks. I'm a little bit worried about putting state in there because we could be talking about state incentives and opportunities created by the state, but I think we want our own targeted goals. So we want state support for targeted goals.
So for example, renewable tax credits or some sort of credits for investments that we make or incentives. And that's why I'm wondering if we need state policy for that, because this is going to the state legislators.
Right, and my understanding, and Mr. Malloy, tell me if you read it this way, is that, for example, there is legislation pending, will be in the Virginia General Assembly this year called the Solar Freedom Bill. That's just an example. It's a comprehensive bill that will provide a lot of those incentives and opportunities and knock down some of the barriers that we have now that people in other states don't have to installing alternative, renewable energy sources in a way that is cost effective for us now, which of course everything we do has to be cost effective from day one. So, I mean, do you read this policy statement to support your advocacy with our state delegation to push for something like the Solar Freedom Bill?
Well, I would say by adding it to the legislative program, by implication, you're asking for the state to act because it is your state and federal legislative program. I mean, if you want to make it crystal clear, you could add the word state, but by implication, you are asking of the state to do something.
That's what I thought, because this is going in our state legislative program, that we're asking the state to provide incentives, opportunities, and targeted goals. I mean, so I mean, if you feel more comfortable with the word state in there, I don't know that it confuses it, so I'm happy to, if you want to suggest that amendment. I can't, there's no friendly amendment, so if you want to suggest it, we can vote on it and we can put it in there, but.
I just think it adds a little bit of clarity, and I apologize for not having read it until I was sitting here. Well, I read it earlier, but had skimmed it, and when I started to dissect it, that's when I realized that we don't ask specifically of a given body for those incentives. And so that's why I would introduce a friendly amendment that would just say, if you would be willing to accept after and education, semicolon, as well as state incentives, opportunities, and targeted goals.
Okay, I don't think that I can just do that. I think if you ask Mr. Moon, our parliamentarian, you probably have to offer that amendment, get a second, and then it has to be approved. Is that right?
Okay, well, I will offer that amendment.
Mr.
Besides,
Moon, you're not our
you can amend your own amendment.
I can amend my own amendment at the table. I thought we were not allowed to do that, Ms. Mulberry.
Yes, you can.
Well, then,
Yes, you
if
can.
I can just offer it as an amendment and we don't have to go into it in great detail.
Yes, let's do that. Would
if I
someone
can make
second
it
that
as-
amendment so we can get it done?
And seconded by Ms. Palchik. All those in favor? And that is Ms. Hines, Ms. Palchik, Mr. McElveen, Ms. Derenak Kofax, Mr. Moon, Ms. McLaughlin, Ms. Keys-Gamarra, Ms. Evans, Ms. Schultz, Ms. Strauss. Those against? Those abstaining is Mr. Wilson. That amendment passes. So now we can go to the main motion.
Okay, if I could have a go back.
Please
is
go
that
ahead.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Corbett Sanders. Just on the question of, whether we're asking other people to take responsibility for something that we're not taking responsibility for, something we're not doing enough of. I think it's absolutely true that our fleet of buses is ridiculously large, and we should do more to reduce the number of buses, and we try. But it seems like actually every time we turn around, we want more buses because we want more flexibility in getting kids to school, and we have more kids. And so that's a challenge. Our environmental sustainability resolution that we passed last month, in fact, includes the goal of cleaner fuel for our buses as well. So I think that's something that we are trying to work on, and we could probably talk about some more. But as far as whether or not we're doing enough, we are already in the most efficient school system in the country. We have the largest number of Energy Star rated buildings in the United States. We're the most. We are doing the best we can with fossil fuels. And I know we have advocates here in Fairfax County who several of us have worked with, pretty closely over the last few years, trying to do more. And it's become clear to me that we are poised to do more here when the legislation makes it possible for us to do it in a cost-effective way. We cannot spend an extra dollar of taxpayer money on anything that is not the classroom, and we know that whatever we do to make a shift to renewable energy has to be at worst cost neutral from the beginning, right? And because of the Virginia General Assembly and the power, frankly, of Dominion Virginia power in the Virginia General Assembly, Virginia is way behind in providing these opportunities for local governments. We have tried, and we continue to try, but without changes in Richmond, let me put it this way, positively, when we have changes in Richmond, we will be able to hit the ground running. That's what we need.
Ms. Schultz, do you have your light on? Okay. So with that, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor? Ms. Strauss, Ms. Schultz, Ms. Evans, Ms. Keys-Gamarra, Ms. McLaughlin, Mr. Moon, Ms. Derenak-Kofax, Mr. McElveen, Ms. Palchik, Ms. Hines. Those opposed? Those abstaining? Mr. Wilson. That motion passes. I call on Ms. Hines for an amendment.
Okay, thank you. And this is where we get to what used to be just a one-pager at the beginning of our program of our priorities, which I think now we're looking at 2 pages. But we still, I think it is important that we have something relatively brief to put out to the community and definitely to take with us when we talk to our legislators about what our priorities are, because they want to know. Oh, I do want to read that before I start talking about it. I'm so sorry.
You're so excited about this.
I know, you'd think I know by now. I'm sorry. I move to amend the main motion by adding language under the flexibility header in the board's 2019 state priority positions in the legislative program that reads, quote, environmental sustainability, supporting efforts for incentives, opportunities, and targeted goals for the expansion of renewable energy and energy efficiency.
Is there a second? Ms. Palchik. Seconds. Ms. Hines, would you like to speak to your amendment now?
Thank you. I think I've probably said enough, but this is just an effort to, now that we have it in the body of our program, to put it up front in our priorities page so that our delegation in Richmond knows that this is not just buried in the document, but it is a high priority for this board. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Palchik, would you like to speak to your second?
No, thank you. Similar to my last comments.
So I'll call for the vote. All those in favor? I have Ms. Strauss, Ms. Evans. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, yes, would you like to speak? I didn't see your light, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, while I supported the previous motion, I have been a longstanding advocate that we actually have fewer priority positions in an effort to have legislative wins. I'd actually like us to have 2 or 3 at the most legislative priorities and put the gusto into getting some wins. So it's not that whatever it was, I wouldn't want to add anything to, and I'd actually rather we strip away and have a greater degree of clarity on a few things. So I'm not going to support this, even though I supported the change.
I just want to take this opportunity to thank Ms. Hines for bringing the issues regarding environmental sustainability, renewable energy, and continuously putting those important issues before the board, resolutions, and even visitations to important other schools. So thank you very much, and I fully support these efforts. Thank you.
Mr. McElveen.
I just wanted to ask the maker of this motion if there's a way we could incorporate this into the header of the document as opposed to making it a standalone priority.
I think what we have here is I move to amend the main motion by adding the following language under the funding header. So I think that Mr. Malloy has, during our work session, we asked Mr. Malloy to reorganize that page, right? So what are you suggesting, Mr. McElveen? This is language that what are you suggesting we do instead?
No, I just thought during the work session we had discussed making this part of the header language as opposed to a standalone priority.
Well, I trusted to sorry, Mr. Malloy, I'm putting you on the spot now, but I think when I saw what you wrote, I thought it made sense. I think it may just be a style thing, but do you want to speak to this?
The reason that we're recommending putting it as a standalone as opposed to the first 2 paragraphs, when you look at the first 2 paragraphs of the priority position, the first paragraph really focuses in on the issue of funding, and the second really focuses on the issue of local flexibility, but neither one gets to actual policy positions. It's not until you get to the bulleted list where you get to the actual policy positions. This particular issue didn't seem to fit with the style of either one of those, and it's definitely something that you could look at revisiting. However, it didn't fit with the style of the existing opening 2 paragraphs. Just a specific policy statement didn't work within either one of those 2 paragraphs.
Yeah, I remember at the work session trying to figure out how to wordsmith that into one of those paragraphs, and that's why I sort of left it to Mr. Malloy, because there didn't seem to be an artful way to do it. But does that help, Mr. McElveen?
I have to agree with Ms. Schultz. My preference would be not to add to our priorities. Obviously, this is an issue of great importance, but I don't know what to do.
Ms. McLaughlin.
I now would like a little extra clarity, Mr. Malloy. As I remember from the work session, if I'm looking at page 1, there was the narrative, which are 3 paragraphs, correct? And then it was the board strongly supports, and there was the bulleted. And I recall that we talked about the bullets would be captured into kind of the buckets of funding, and another one was local control. And so I thought that Ms. Hines' second amendment here was just a matter of where her bullet would go. It wasn't that it would be as part of the narrative. So is this just a matter of that we're having a little bit of confusion on where exactly this is being placed?
Well, if I may, the position where this would be added in would actually be in this bulleted list. So it would be under the flexibility header. So you would have the header for school calendar, the header for assessment reforms, and then you'd create a third header for the environmental sustainability. So it would become a third flexibility position, essentially.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Moon just showed me the revised document because mine's printed out from our work session document. So here's what I would say to this. I support it, and given there are 12 of us, there's diversity of perspectives, so I'd like to give a counterpoint to what Mr. McElveen and Ms. Schultz shared, which is that we have a very large General Assembly with hundreds of elected delegates who are of various priorities and things that, topics of interest that they file hundreds of bills. So if we were to just say 1 or 2 priorities or just even these bullet points, it might not speak to any one of those hundreds of legislators who are saying, what's the largest school division in the Commonwealth thinking about? So I actually believe that having this particular item as a bullet point at the top speaks to the macro issue of, are we serious about environmental stewardship and sustainability? So I hope people will support the language that Ms. Hines is saying, not as it just embedded in, but it's something that I think we need to and want to lead on as a priority.
Thank you, Ms. McElveen. Or Ms. McLaughlin. Mr. McElveen, do you want to speak again? I see your light on.
Yeah, so I guess my concern emanates from the fact that this is under the flexibility header, and I'm struggling to understand how this relates to flexibility. If the maker of the motion could explain. I mean, that's my one concern. In terms of the groupings, we have funding and flexibility. I don't think it fits necessarily under either.
Well, so here's my answer to that. I think one of the reasons that we have such a challenge in Virginia to do what we want to do locally in so many ways, and definitely in this area, is that we are a Dillon Rule state. And we have to ask permission of Richmond to do a lot of things that local governments in other states can do, have the authority to do. So we are stymied by Richmond on this issue. We don't have the local flexibility that we would have if we were in North Carolina or Pennsylvania or New Jersey. And it is because, and that is what the Virginia General Assembly needs. When you look at the legislation that is proposed, it is about giving local governments and local government entities control and authority and flexibility to do things that we cannot now do. So it's all about, I think, Mr. Malloy, does that sound right?
Yeah, your assessment is correct. That's why it fits better under the flexibility position, because it does mirror language that the County Board of Supervisors has in their legislative program that talks about going to Richmond and asking for permission to do particular things. in terms of energy efficiency and installing solar panels and other items.
So Ms. Palchik.
It's a brief question. You may have answered it just now, Mr. Malloy. I guess sitting here listening, I'm wondering why we call that section flexibility, and could we head it local control, or something that really addresses the need to have local control of some of these issues?
There's absolutely nothing magic about the term flexibility. You certainly could change that if you wanted to change the way that it's.
But essentially, we're saying the same thing. Local control, flexibility is a little bit more broad, I guess. So.
In terms of how this is structured, this actually parallels the structure you've had for your priority positions for a few years, which really you kind of have chunked your priorities into two areas. One obviously is funding. That's the easier one to identify, and then flexibility is the idea of, as you said, local control. The idea that this board should have the ability to make decisions that are in accordance with this community's.
And how does the County Board of Supervisors state that? Do they use that?
They don't have a parallel priority listing. This is just part of the body of their legislative program. So the First Amendment that you referred to is kind of the more direct parallel to how the county has it handled.
Sorry, repeat that. The first.
The First Amendment, the amendment that you just adopted that placed it inside the body of the text, that's the parallel to how the county has it done. Okay. The county doesn't have a kind of a similar prioritization as you all do.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
So with that, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor? I have Ms. Strauss, Ms. Evans, Ms. McLaughlin, Mr. Moon, Ms. Derenak Kofax, Mr. McElveen, Ms. Palchik, Ms. Hines, and Ms. Corbett Sanders. Those opposed, Ms. Schultz. Away from the table is Ms. Keys-Gamarra. That motion passes. And Mr. Wilson has had to leave for the evening. He was not feeling well. So we'll continue on without him, unfortunately. I call on Ms. Palchik for an amendment.
Yes, thank you. I move to amend the main motion by adding the following language under the funding header and the board's 2019 state priority positions and the legislative program that reads, pre-K funding, increasing state per pupil funding for pre-K programming and for related capital facilities.
Second.
Second.
Ms. Palchik, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Yes, briefly. And just to clarify, unlike the previous amendment, this is in our legislative package, in the larger package, and my initial goal as we sat in our work session was to try to find ways, Mr. McElveen, to try to incorporate it into our existing bullets. And because pre-K funding is one area where we are often asked why we're leaving funding at the table, and to clarify that we put in most of the funding for a very small, about 25% we receive per pupil funding, and as well as the importance of having the facility. So the goal here and the recommendation from Mr. Malloy, and I agree, while we don't want to enlarge our list, it did not fit very neatly into any of our other existing bullets. And I think we and the county, even our community and business partners, agrees that expanding pre-K funding is critical. And so I just wanted to make sure that we were adding it to our list of priorities, and especially to send a clear message to our representatives down in General Assembly and to others in Richmond that this is a priority for our board and for our community.
Ms. Derenak Kofax, would you like to speak to your second?
Sure. I think when I initially added that bullet 3 there, we're talking about how we needed funding for support to targeted schools with high concentrations of children in poverty and English language learners. And that was in trying to, Mr. Malloy helped me craft that language, because we realized that we were not, because our composite index doesn't address these populations. And so I wanted to put that in there several years ago, and we did. And now adding, for emphasis, I think increasing state funding for pre-K programming, capital facilities is a good thing. As you know, we are, through the Virginia Preschool Initiative, we do have monies that sometimes are left on the table because we can't afford all the matching funds or we don't have the facilities. So I'm liking that you put capital facilities in there. I think that's important. I also think, you know, that the funding, the targeted schools are the ones that oftentimes with a high concentration of significant number of students in poverty are the ones that need the pre-K programs the most. So I appreciate putting that in there. I just do want to speak to the continued advocacy. You know, there are just still a handful of states that offer true universal pre-K, which is free to all. We offer, while our matching funds are, what are they now, Mr. Malloy, 50-50?
It's a 50-50 split with the state, but it's only it's a little over $6,000 per student.
Right. And so, yeah, so in actuality, as my colleagues are whispering, that's about 20.
So we get approximately $3,000 from the state per pupil.
Exactly, and our cost is significantly higher than that per pupil, particularly when we have the first years where we have to add facilities and building and things like that. So I think it's a good ad. I understand you and I hadn't been able to talk about this prior to, so now I understand why we put it in there, and I'm happy to have that in there. I just, again, have to say, I think the fact that we're still 7 years in, when Ms. Hines and I started this banging the drum, we're not any further. I mean, a lot of the pre-K programs that have been put here in this county have been funded by our dollars here at the school system. And, you know, I understand it's a complicated formula, but this, for emphasis, I appreciate the ad.
Can I make a point or clarify a question? Because I'm hearing you say, I think what my initial request was to incorporate it with the special needs. But I believe the recommendation from Mr. Malloy was to keep it separate because they are separate issues, even though for us they address, you know.
So it's not bullet 3 anymore?
Needs.
That was the last one I had. Where is it right now?
What, is it a brand new bullet, Mr. Malloy? This is what I wanted to clarify.
It'd be set up as a separate bullet, and it's set up as a separate bullet for exactly the reason that you mentioned, Ms. Darren, at COFAX, is because it is a very different issue than the one that that priority is getting to in terms of the way the state funds special needs is they look at division-wide populations, and that tends to mask either individual schools that have a high percentage of special needs students or school divisions that have high numbers of special needs students, but because of their overall population end up being a low percentage.
All right, so it would be a separate bullet. It would be bullet 4 then?
The allocation is different.
In that same section? All right.
I know we're still under 10.
Well, no, I know, and that's fine. I would just ask, you know, staff collectively, if we can have a final red line version before us, because I'm kind of operating on different emails and the way it reads on the amendment, it's a little hard to find. So yeah, so I appreciate that it is a separate bullet. That's why I said all that stuff for clarity. So thank you for letting me know that. But it's bullet 3 under that same area. All right, thank you.
Now bullet 4.
Bullet 4, sorry.
So Ms. Schultz?
Actually, I'm trying to do the same thing. I'm trying to follow this in these document versions. To the maker of the motion, so did we have this in the base language before and it's being pulled out, or is this a new prior? I'm trying to, I can't follow it in our documents.
So this was pulling it out. It has been sitting. I did not add it to our full priorities. I don't know if you have the page, Mr. Malloy. I do not have them in front of me here. I used to have it.
Is it in the changes table? Where is it, Mr. Malloy?
There is an existing early childhood education position in the main body of the program, which hasn't changed. this language was not added to the priority position. The priority position that's posted does not include this language because it was considered to be a separate amendment, so it doesn't show up as a red line addition. This is now an amendment on top of the posted priority state document.
Yeah, sorry.
So this language was not previously a stated position, because I see the other early childhood position.
Yes, which is already in the board's main body. What Ms. Palchik is trying to do is she's trying to pull out a component of it and add it to the priority positions.
But what's in there doesn't say anything about actually the fund. So this is almost, it's really different. I mean, it's actually, honestly, I think it's actually better than the language that's in there.
Actually, the early childhood language does reference increased per pupil funding and does mention increased or state funding for capital needs as well. It's a longer position. There's 3 or 4 bullets that go along with the position that the board has currently.
It is page 7 or page 8.
So I think that may be why it's better, because it's maybe a little bit more crisp. There's a little bit more clarity to I mean, I actually wish this was the position that was in behind, because this is just much more clear, which is we need more pre-K funding and we need it for capital. I'm going to flip on my earlier position just because this is different language, and so I actually think it's better than what we have in the legislative package. I'd rather this be in the legislative package itself than another priority, but because it's sort of new language or better language, I'm actually going to support this. You know, I don't know what, and if I don't know that we have the statistics on the number of pre-K students around the Commonwealth versus our percentage. I mean, I know I've done a lot of these calculations before, like, you know, what our total whatever is. So I don't know, but I will bet you that it's disproportionate to the pre-K students around the rest of the state. I would bet you that we have a higher percentage of the overall. And if we don't, again, I mean, I don't know how many budget amendments I've done over the years trying to divert money into, look, if they're 4, they're going to be on our doorstep next year anyway. So we might as well fund the pre-K, and we don't seem to ever get around to it. And at least this highlights it. So this is good for me, even though it's adding another priority, which I really don't like. It's better.
Okay, so with that, let's go ahead and take the vote. All those in favor? Strauss, Schultz, Evans, Keys-Gamarra. Oh, it's unanimous with those with Mr. Wilson away from the table. Thank you. I now call on Mr. Moon for an amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, hopefully my amendment goes more quickly. Thank you. I move to amend the main motion by adding the following language under Section U, State Education Funding. The Fairfax County School Board supports additional state funding to help address the local education-related impacts associated with major regional corporate relocations, such as increases in K-12 enrollments in particular communities.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. McElveen. Mr. Moon, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The last week's announcement by Amazon picking Crystal City along with Queens, New York, to locate its second headquarters was a pleasant news to us. Even though I was not too surprised by it, it was a clear indication that our area, Northern Virginia, is seen by Amazon and many others as a place with a highly skilled workforce and also a good place to live and conduct business. Moreover, for families, our area has the best schools in the country and is therefore an excellent location to raise children. The second headquarters will not only create 25,000 high-paying jobs at Amazon itself, but it will also bring other business to this area, which will provide even more employment opportunities for people living here and those others wanting to move here. I'm even hearing that Apple may come to Fairfax as well. I want to thank Governor Northam, General Assembly, and other government and business leaders working so hard to make Amazon's decisions a reality. Of course, Amazon's second headquarters is not here yet, and not all 25,000 new employees will come in the first year either. There are still works to be done, and they have to be done with careful preparation. One of the most important preparation that I believe we need to do is to make sure that our schools are able to deal with the anticipated increases in enrollments. I do expect many of the new Amazon employees will live in Fairfax County, and their children will go to the Fairfax County public schools. Not only will we need to provide more operating funds to educate these new students, but we will also need to provide adequate facilities to educate these students. This is where we need more assistance from our governor and General Assembly. As the companies like Amazon, they come to Virginia, help the entire state in terms of jobs and additional tax revenues, the localities and certainly the public school systems that feel the greatest impacts on their infrastructures need additional assistance from Richmond to deal with them. That is why I believe that my proposed amendment should be included in our legislative program so that we could start working with our delegation and the governor. I would like to seek, I'm seeking my colleagues' support.
Thank you, Mr. Moon. Mr. McElveen, would you like to speak to your second?
Yes, I am very grateful to Mr. Moon for raising this amendment in the last hours of our process. I do think it's an important one. And you know, I will say that I'm actually quite surprised that our system has not yet released a statement or at least begun preparations at the board level on this. You see organizations throughout the county in Northern Virginia have released statements and we have not. So I think we're already behind the ball, and I think this is a good start to the conversation.
Ms. Schultz?
So I agree with Mr. McElveen and Mr. Moon. We're behind in formulating a statement on this. Somehow the Commonwealth of Virginia saw fit to give away $796 million of our money. Frankly, I mean, you know, it almost comes across as tongue-in-cheek. Hey, listen, give us our money back. For every dollar that we send to Richmond, 13 cents on a dollar comes back. And we're funding the rest of the Commonwealth. And it is clear that, you know, and this is not only, you know, the HQ2 decision, this is Tyson's, everything else. People are making decisions to relocate here. I'm grateful for that, but we're giving away money instead of getting money. And the nation's worst traffic. We have a talent pool that's off the hook. Certainly, we look forward to providing much of that talent in the future. But on a capital infrastructure shoestring budget, you know, we're 25,000 employees, children going to go to school. They're not going to go to school in Arlington County. That is, you know, a fraction of the size of Fairfax County. That's all well and good that that's where they located, but, you know, there's an expectation that there's going to be a significant impact to our schools, our roads, and, you know, when you have 1.5 million square feet of learning cottages of infrastructure that's already temporary, where you're not meeting the needs as exists, and you have a 30-year, $800 million plus renovation background, you know, we're closing in on $1 billion that has not been met already, and there's more coming. So I think it is perfectly reasonable to make this statement. I'm not entirely sure that we got the best end of the deal. Certainly we're looking forward to high-paying jobs come here and fill state coffers with some of the tax money, but some of it needs to start to come back here to take care of the capital infrastructure of the disproportional impact in this state.
Ms. McLaughlin?
I too want to say that I appreciate this being added in. It's my understanding when you listen to the news reports that while it's not been disclosed what exactly Virginia promised as part of business incentives for Amazon to come, it was substantial. And if the governor recognizes that this is good for the Commonwealth, And certainly it will benefit the local jurisdictions in terms of people coming and using some of our retail shops and other business organizations. But the bottom line, is everybody's chronicled, is this is going to have an impact on our housing, our roadways, and our schools. And so I think it's absolutely essential that we make a public statement and remind the governor that this can't be done in a vacuum. And so we very much will appreciate a collaborative thinking on this about the impact that it's going to have for Arlington and Fairfax and any of the other neighboring jurisdictions where a very vast number of employees and their families will be coming in a very, very large number. So thank you, Mr. Moon, for doing that, and I'll support it.
Ms. Hines? Yeah, thank you, Mr. Moon. I've been sort of frustrated about this, and I think I've been railing on Facebook about it. Maybe, I'm not sure, but it's this idea that in local communities we're sort of sitting ducks, right? Our tax dollars are paying a very profitable corporation to move its headquarters here, and then our tax dollars pay to provide the services for that very profitable company's employees. So, Mike, I have a couple of questions about it, though. Is there any specificity in your amendment that I'm missing? Are you thinking that we're asking for capital, for support for anything?
Both operating and capital, and also, potentially housing related for our employees, additional employees. I mean, any and all the assistance that we can get from the General Assembly and the governor.
Right.
I mean, we haven't really had a time to discuss specificity of my proposal because announcement did not come until after we had our work session on Monday.
Right, so we don't know also. My other question, and we may just not be able to answer it tonight, is sort of what would be the mechanism for this? I mean, what's available in state law to, are you suggesting that taxes paid by Amazon, for example, that go to the state would be earmarked to come back?
I have not really had a chance to think through all the details, but the main intent behind my proposal is to bring this to the attention of the Northern Virginia delegation and the governor.
Ms. Strauss.
Thank you, Mr. Moon, for bringing this up. On the one hand, I certainly welcome job growth and a boost to the economy. In this county, we certainly are very interested in STEM or IT-based or whatever Amazon is going to bring to us, and hopefully the promise of decent paying jobs. So on the one hand, this is exciting, but in Virginia, the ability of those of us in the locales to provide the resources, we are challenged, and this speaks to it, particularly schools, because we tend to follow development rather than able to build it in advance of the need, and we know that the need will come. And we are also constrained in how we can raise money locally. So we must provide the schools, but we are constrained in how we're going to do that. And Mr. Moon, by putting this in, it acknowledges, I think, not just Fairfax County, but Arlington, Falls Church City, Alexandria, the other localities are going to have to provide the most local infrastructure. And it is always a challenge for us. So I think the state does need to think about this, and our legislators need to figure out how we're actually going to stay current with the needs rather than continuously being behind. Thank you.
Ms. Palchik.
Yes, thank you. Sitting here and hear my colleagues, and I appreciate your advocacy on this, Mr. Moon. I guess what I'm wondering is, I know several years ago we had an economic impact study done by Dr. Fuller. What I'm wondering is this possible, whether our staff or Mr. Malloy are helpful as a region or as a county to be able to, have some type of possible impact study on our county services on schools so that we get a sense of what we mean by more support. Because more support, they might, I guess, Ms. Hines' question, they might send us a few more dollars, which won't do much. But is it feasible for us to, or for JLARC to do this?
We can speak to that.
Okay.
Dr. Fuller's already ahead of you. So apparently they've already started to do an analysis in terms of the possible impacts in the locale in the region.
Okay.
Off the top of my head, I believe Fairfax was looking at approximately 33% of the relocation. They're projecting that approximately 33% of the jobs that are relocating to this area that they would actually live in Fairfax County. They've done a full regional analysis. Obviously, it's very, very early, but they're already projecting what sales tax might do. They're already making projections on a number of different dimensions on the economic impacts of having Amazon here.
And we'll provide that information to the board.
Do we have a time frame on that, or? Sorry.
Some information has been compiled, and so we'll work with Mr. Torrey to provide that information to the board.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. And Dr. Fuller, thank you.
Ms. McLaughlin? Okay, just the light was still on. Ms. Schultz?
Okay, so I have to ask, Mr. Malloy, when I hear numbers like that somebody somewhere is projecting that only 33% of the people who are coming to work in Arlington are going to live in Fairfax, I'm hoping that somebody is going to have a more critical eye on that. That's preposterous. It's preposterous to think out of 25,000 people that only 33% are going to choose to live in Fairfax County. There's not a place in Arlington County to house 25,000 people. And there's not going to be 25,000 people moving into the District of Columbia. I mean, it's just, that's not even on its face. That's not even a practical, this is not aimed at you. This is whoever nameless, fairly confident demographer out there, thinks that 33% are going to live in Fairfax County. I mean, that's where we have to, I think that we have a responsibility to rise to that challenge with the county demographers and go, yeah, no, that's not going to cut it, and take a pretty, actually, active, firm stance with the state saying, I don't know where you're getting those numbers, but we need to collaborate with that, because I've watched how we get to be the impact of, hey, let's build a multifamily, many thousand unit, complex, and we're going to project one student out of it. And I'm trying to get us to focus on being proactive on, comprehensive development and planning and being strategic and looking at what will happen for schools instead of us being in a constant react mode. And we're trying to recover, frankly, from decades of after the fact decision making that we're having to catch up on. And I don't want to be on the receiving end of a very bad statistic that we can never recover from. I mean, that's just, I think we have to be demonstrative as a board, with the Board of Supervisors, with the county demographers, and taking a position on what will be a more actual impact than a fairy tale one.
So, Mr. Moon, I haven't spoken to your motion. But I do welcome your motion because it reflects the reality of the world in which we live, which is that these organizations are relocating to Northern Virginia, and they're relocating to Northern Virginia because of the availability of a skilled workforce and accessibility to opportunities for commerce, opportunities to expand into the government sector, and much more. And I don't think that the relocation of Amazon is going to be the last of these type of relocations, because it tends to, good ideas attract other good ideas, big organizations attract other big organizations. So the way this is written certainly is written in a manner that allows us to go back to our state legislators and ask for more support as we attract more and more investment into the state of Virginia and primarily into Northern Virginia. So I appreciate your work on this very much and will support it. And with that, I would like to take the vote. All those in favor? I have Ms. Strauss, Ms. Schultz, Ms. Evans, Ms. Keys-Gamarra, Ms. McLaughlin, Mr. Moon, Ms. Derenak-Kaufax, Mr. Wilson, Ms. Palchik. Is Ms. Hines coming? And Ms. Hines coming. And Mr. Wilson is away from the table. So with that, it passes. So I call on Ms. Evans for an amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to amend the main motion by adding this language under Section X, Student Health and Wellness. The Fairfax County School Board supports permitting communication between law enforcement and schools when a student has died or when needed to provide support to students who have been exposed to violence or trauma.
Is there a second? Seconded by Ms. Keys-Gamarra. Ms. Evans, would you like to speak to your motion?
I would, just briefly. We have discussed this before. We are trying to continue to improve our ability to create trauma-informed schools so we can help students who have experienced or witnessed trauma of various kinds. As we have, the FCCPTA has created a trauma-informed schools advocacy, and that's something that I would like to see us do more of as we deal with students who have experienced violence or trauma of any kind. One of the programs that I've learned about recently is called Handle with Care. I don't reference it here because there are other programs similar to this or with a different take, but that's a program by which when a law enforcement officer encounters a child, they will alert the school that this child has been involved in a trauma without specifying, without giving any details or any specifics, and that enables the school to support that child. As our staff people have looked into creating a program of this kind, they've run into a barrier with our current state law. The interpretation of the current state law is that that this sort of communication is not allowed the way the law has been written and interpreted. So even though so this would call upon the state to amend the current law to enable us to create some sort of a communications mechanism where our schools could know that there's a child in need of extra support when they've endured trauma. So I hope that my colleagues can support this and stand ready to answer any questions.
Ms. Keys-Gamarra, would you like to speak to your second?
Yes, just briefly. I'm supporting this language because we cannot educate our kids in a vacuum. If a child is hungry, it makes it difficult for them to learn. If a child is hurt, either physically, emotionally, or any other way, it impacts their ability to be available or ready to learn. And so we really have to become much more educated in the whole child, and I think that this language is supportive of understanding that we're dealing with a person, a whole person who has emotions, that is impacted by the things that can occur in their lives, and it allows us to be ready for that child, to be trained for that child, and I think that our language and our legislative language needs to come up to date with the children that we're dealing with on a daily basis.
So Ms. Palchik?
Yes, thank you. I do support this amendment. I guess I just have one clarifying question, or really just to communicate the way it's written. My understanding is that this is when law enforcement has information that they will be able to share it with our schools to be able to support kids. Is that correct, Ms. Evans?
This would enable them to share very basic information. We've had situations where, unfortunately, a child has died, and we've known that, but we have not been able to determine immediately who it was, so we can send the supports into that school.
Yeah.
And because of this inability to communicate. So yes.
So that's the intent. Yeah, and I support that. I guess my only hesitation is the way this is written. I don't know if it has to be written this way, is that permitting communication between law enforcement and schools, to me, could be read to mean both ways, right? So for a school to now provide information to law enforcement when a student has been exposed to violence or trauma, and just, considering our vulnerable kids and families and kids who, may be concerned about their immigration status, to then maybe feel concerned to go to school, that will be communicated. I guess it's only, I'm a little bit concerned that the language be clear that this is not schools now asking to be able to communicate more information around any violence or trauma with law enforcement. That's
if
my
I could
concern.
answer that question, that wasn't the intention. Mm-hmm. It was basically so the schools could know that there was a need for support, and not the
okay. And I don't want to wordsmith. I know Ms. Corbett-Sanders is better at this at the table. I don't know if Ms. Johnson, I see you nodding, if you had any input.
I could certainly understand. I agree with Ms. Evans. That wasn't the intention, but I could see how it could be read that way. So maybe we could work a little bit on the language that would be more intentional of the law enforcement communicating to schools.
Okay. I could support that. And Mr. Malloy, is that something you could support as well?
You're looking right at me, I see. Yeah, actually, what I would suggest, just to clarify, is the Fairfax County School Board supports permitting communication from law enforcement to schools
yes.
when a student has died. That way you'd be crystal clear about the directionality of the communication.
I would accept that amendment.
Okay, so I don't know if we want to do this again. I'll offer that amendment to the motion to keep it simple.
So the amendment offered by Ms. Palchik is to amend the motion so it reads, the Fairfax County School Board supports permitting communication from law enforcement to schools when a student has died or when needed to provide support. Do we have a second?
And just to ensure that does not limit what we would like to do, Ms. Johnson, Mr. Malloy, Ms. Evans, that's okay. That will fulfill the need we have. Okay.
I see Ms. Keys-Gamarra, who seconded the main motion, has a wish to speak on this. Do you want to?
Oh, sorry, thank you.
Right.
Stop it. No. I don't object to the language. I'm just thinking that there are already reporting requirements for the schools. And I think that it would be problematic for us to go outside of that. And we can't, I don't think that this language or this suggestion can change the way that schools are already required to make reports. There are already, if a child is harmed, or if the school has knowledge with respect to harm for a child, the school members are mandatory reporters within a specific context. So I'm struggling a little bit to see how this language would supersede current legislative language when the school has already provided guidance with respect to reporting incidents impacting from a child.
Sure, but we're not required to increase our communication beyond that, correct? I guess, I just don't want to say we will now do more than is already required.
Yeah, I don't think we can.
we're wanting more information.
I think that would, and Mr. Foster, if you want to weigh in, do you understand what I'm trying to say here?
Yes, I do.
Okay, did you, my concern is, and I understand what you're saying, but I was less concerned about that because schools are already directed on how we can make a report with respect to children specifically. Did you want to speak to that at all, Mr. Foster?
Right. I think, and I agree with you, Ms. Keys-Gamarra, as far as, our school employees are absolutely mandatory reporters, and there are significant penalties for failing to make a mandatory report. I think one read on this proposal is that it's the information flow is going the other way. Right, so that it's not going from the school system to Child Protective Services or law enforcement. Instead, the information flow is going from law enforcement to schools when a student has died or when needed to provide support. And so if I'm interpreting and reading that correctly, that addresses my concerns about the mandatory reporter issue that you've raised.
So you support changing that language to having it be just that, adding the one directional law enforcement to schools?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So I understand the concern. As long as we're okay with that, it's not going against any existing or need, then I once again bring up the motion to change the language. I don't know if it's written from law enforcement to schools exactly.
Ms. Schultz? No, because she wants to. No, Ms. Evans.
Well, I don't know. This is like watching a hot dog get made. I'm not exactly sure what I'm speaking to at this point. Yeah. Well, it doesn't matter. It's germane to both the amended language and the amended language. I don't recall, and with all due deference, Ms. Evans, I know you mentioned something at the work session. I don't know that we've actually had a discussion about this. I don't know what the state requirements are. I don't know what's currently happening. I don't know what isn't working about what's currently happening. I don't know what should, how we improve that. And I don't know that this language, whether this is the language that's necessary to get us there. Because, for example, it says, between law enforcement and schools when a student has died. If the student's dead, who are we supporting? So I don't understand that. And is it our duty to support the employees in the building or the other students? And the thing that I'm missing from all of this is parents. Where are the parents' rights? The parents' rights should be, paramount. And if a parent doesn't want information communicated about the loss of a child, and believe me, we've had parents who did not want, who are suffering significant trauma themselves within a family, and they don't want to discuss it with us. This could be, death by suicide, death by, a tragic accident. I mean, I've had all of that at my schools. And so I feel ill-informed to talk about this. I feel even more ill-informed to vote on this. I don't know that we're necessarily addressing the underlying problem because I'm not exactly sure where the gap is between what currently is happening and what we're trying to achieve. It's not that there isn't good intent here. I feel like, I feel that it's good, but I don't know that it's good because I don't have the information to adequately inform. And absent actual facts on that, whether it's the better, I don't even know which language is better. And I'm not entirely sure from where Mr. Foster was headed, I'm not entirely sure that, I don't know, maybe you can say I'm very, very comfortable with this. I'm not, and I wish we'd had a further conversation before trying to put this into a legislative package on a night that grows cold as we try to even get through one agenda item. So I think unless I hear something different, I can't support this, but mostly because this isn't parent-centric first.
Okay, so should we vote on the amendment, and then we'll go back to the main motion, and then I know that Mr. Moon would like to speak to the main motion. So all those in favor of the change to the main motion, so it reads from law enforcement to schools, all those in favor? So we have Ms. Strauss, Ms. Evans, Ms. Keys-Gamarra, Mr. Moon, Ms. Derenak Kaufax, Mr. McElveen, Ms. Palchak, and Ms. Hines. Those against? Those abstaining? We have abstaining, Ms. Schultz, Ms. McLaughlin. That motion passes. Now, Mr. Moon, would you like to speak to the main
Thank you, Madam
motion?
Chair. Ms. Evans and I had some long conversation earlier this afternoon because I had similar concerns and questions that are shared by Mr. Schultz, that when we talk about the barrier, is that the barrier getting parents' consent, not able to get parents' consent in timely manner? Is that the barrier?
At this point, the way state law reads that without affirmative consent by the parent, law enforcement can't reveal anything to the public, and it's been, Mr. Malloy, you might want to add here if I'm saying anything wrong, that also has been interpreted as saying that they can't share it with the school system.
Right. I would interpret that the same way, but that's exactly where my questions and concerns lie. Parents, as Mr. Schultz stated, that parents for their good reasons might not want to reveal, might not want to disclose what happened in the family. Might want to delay even disclosing death of a child to school for their own reasons. Why do you want to get around that without really getting parents' concern? If parents don't want that to be revealed, I'm trying to weigh, between the need to provide the support to the students at the school who may be missing a classmate suddenly, or might have otherwise heard from social media that something happened to the classmate and might need some, mentor support from a specialist to come from, outside the schools to help them out. I do understand that, but at the same time, I have to weigh that against families' privacy right and their, honoring their desire not to reveal certain information in a certain manner. And that's the first part about when a student died. The second part, I think, is giving me more concerns. Is the second part where students have been exposed to violence or trauma. Let's say that a particular student's family member died in such a tragic way, and the family may not want to disclose that to public at all. But this will, if this passes and there is a new law allowing this, then without families' consent, without the parents' consent, police will communicate with the schools, and entire school community may know which the family do not want to be revealed.
So in my conversations with staff, one of the things that we've talked about is if this is allowed by state law, it's been used successfully in other places. The state of Maryland is using this successfully, for example. I just read about the Handle with Care, where the only thing that the school system hears is handle with care, literally. It doesn't say what the trauma was to the child, but that there has been a trauma in the child's life. The other thing that we would have to develop is, because I agree with you about the need for respecting privacy, at the same time with the school system, with the school, understanding that this is a child that has a particular situation that that needs to be recognized, and basically allowed to have some supports there for a child that needs it, without going into any of the details about what in particular happened. So those are details that would have to be worked out down the road, where we would, right now we can't even pursue this. Right now we can't even try to create a program that balances all these needs, because we're just told current interpretation of current law doesn't allow anything like that.
I understand that, Ms. Evans, but at the same time, I'm going to have to assume that parents do care about their children, do have their best interests of their children on their mind. If the parents, for some reasons, decide not to disclose certain fact to the school, that right versus school's desire to provide more support to their particular students, I'm going to have to weigh those possibly conflicting interests. So that's, I think I told you this afternoon that I was going to give some thought about it. I'm still giving thought about it. I'm not sure that I can support it, but that's where I am.
So I have Ms. Schultz, followed by Ms. McLaughlin, and then Ms. Keys-Gamarra.
So this is why I want to game theory this out. This is why it's dangerous, I think, to have too big of a legislative package. And this is one of them. Say a well-meaning legislator looks at this and it strikes a chord with them and somebody advocates to them and they put in a bill and a lot of people don't ask, the right questions, and all of a sudden we do this. Now you are substituting the will of the government, and we are the government, the will of the government to take care of other families' children over the right of a parent to take care of their own family. And there's no circumstance where that's a good idea, where a child who has been subjected to, as you had indicated, potentially a tragic or traumatic death of a parent or of a sibling, in a traumatic car accident, by suicide, that somehow we're now substituting what we think other friends at school might need as a greater need than the family to take care of and resolve that healing. If it is the will of the family to seek that help of their school system, that's their right and their prerogative. But now we're talking about injecting ourselves without the affirmative consent of the parents. Now, when it comes to family life education, we can teach them whatever we want because they have to opt out, they have to affirm opting out, but this is, we can insert ourselves into and usurp a parent's rights, and they somehow don't have a role in this. The unintended potential consequences of something like this are significant. We gotta think about who is in trauma here. It's a child, it's the family, it's other children who are missing their friend. Well, who has the greater trauma? The family or the kids who are missing their friend? And I don't think that there's anything, Ms. Johnson, you'd have to tell me, but if a child is known to have died and students at school are in distress, we provide support. We have psychological supports, we have guidance counselor supports, we have school counselor supports. Do we not?
We do, and what we've experienced since the change in the Virginia Code really has been the challenge for us to find ways to provide that support more immediate, because we are getting our information from social media, and that has been extremely challenging for us. So our goal is really to provide the crisis service in a timely manner. And to the family as well, because we reach out to the family to offer any support that we can give to the family in addition to that.
Well, okay, so it's interesting that you say social media. So the essence here, really the underlying issue here is the right to privacy. And in an era where, we're not necessarily, I don't think, we're strong enoughly educating children about what their rights are, so that they know their rights, so that they will grow up to jealously protect their rights. The last thing we should be looking is to undermine personal privacy rights. So I am for strengthening, people's understanding of their privacy rights, and I just see this as a potential, even though maybe well-intended to take care of people, there's a reason that law got passed in the first place. And if there are things about that law that are making it difficult for us to do, our job. I think it's going to take us time to figure out how to do it well. And if we want to make suggestions to that law, that's okay. But I don't think that this is the way to go about it. And the potential impact to personal privacy is significant. So I can't support this.
Thank you, Ms. Schultz. I have Ms. Keys-Gamarra, Ms. McLaughlin, Ms. Hines, and then Ms. Derenak-Kaufax.
I really want to ask a question because I'm thinking about the laws that I know are in existence, and this is sort of going back to my discussion with Ms. Palchik. Isn't the FERPA law, Mr. Foster, does protect the privacy of the family and the student is my basic understanding. And so even if we pass this, we do not have the authority to overcome that law. I mean, can you speak to that, please?
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, even if the state law change is made, there's still the federal FERPA law. But to be clear what FERPA applies to and doesn't apply to. So FERPA covers student records. This is, records that are created by the school system and relate to the student. My understanding is this change is directed more towards, students in our system who pass away not at school, but at home. So it's an interesting question. In that scenario, is information about that student death that occurred outside of school really a student record, right? I mean, and this may be something that I don't know if we're going to be able to resolve all these issues that are generated by this tonight. They're interesting legal issues, and I think that they might warrant a bit of a deeper dive than an exchange just this evening. But to just kind of finish the point, I don't think that law enforcement sharing information with the school system about a student dying presents an immediate FERPA problem, because FERPA is when the school system is disseminating or sharing information regarding a student record. My sense with this is that it's directed towards, and that Ms. Johnson spoke about this earlier, giving the school system enough information to help other kids within the school who may need counseling and other supports because their friend and classmate is dead, right? And so I don't even think that they necessarily would need to reveal the identity of the deceased student. I don't want to speak for Ms. Johnson, but I don't even think that the school system would need to reveal the identity of the deceased student in order to put the counseling in place. They would just, and I'll let her speak to how that would work while honoring the anonymity of the student. But my sense is that is how we handle it if we need to. Yeah.
That's correct. And we typically, when a tragedy like that happens, we communicate with the parents and ask what information they would like shared. And we get parent permission and how they want it shared, how much they want it shared. Sometimes we work with OCCR depending on what information needs to go out. And it's not one person making the decision. It's a team.
So I have Ms. McLaughlin, followed by Ms. Hines and Ms. Derenak-Kaufax. Oh, Ms. Derenak-Kaufax has turned off her light.
So I've known Sandy a long time. I know your heart is as big as this room. And so this is all well-intentioned. But this one's a challenging one. As a social worker, I know that the more information we have, the more we can tailor the supports in school to staff and students. But as several of my colleagues have noted, to lose a child is considered one of the greatest psychological tragedies that a human being can experience. And to think that we might then, as a society, compel or take that information that parents don't want to share and share it because with good intentions we want to somehow deliver more tailored services, that's a really tough one to say where do you fall on putting the priority on. And in the end, where I come down on this one is the schools are typically notified that there has been the death of a student. And even though they may not know what the cause of death is, well, Ms. Evans, if there's a student in the school and suddenly the student is no longer in the school because the student has deceased versus moved away, but the other students in the school are aware of it in some capacity and are feeling trauma by it, in this world of communication and social media, someone in the building, if the students are traumatized because they've lost a classmate in some capacity, they're going to know about it in some way and talk to a school official in some way, but it's not causing the government to compel families to divulge information they don't want to. But it won't, if there is a child that has died in a school community, it won't remain a secret. Even from my own family's experience, we lost 6 young men in 3 years. And it did not take the school division announcing through whether or not these students had taken their lives by suicide. It was through social media, much faster than even we as board members were made aware prior to the change in the law. So I guess what I would say is I'm of the belief, as many colleagues have shared tonight, this one is a far more complicated one than I would feel comfortable supporting tonight. I think we actually end up needing probably a much broader discussion with our board of supervisors and the police department to understand how is this affecting our students in our schools. We could even have the superintendent and staff with Ms. Johnson as assistant superintendent notifying us that, hey, as a school division, we can't meet the needs of our students right now in our community, and we need you to fix it. But as it stands, it didn't come to me by way of our work session that our staff is concerned with the existing laws. And so I'm not comfortable tonight in putting this one in, but I want to thank you for your very positive intentions.
Ms. Hines.
Yeah, thank you. Well, thank you, Ms. Evans. I think I can support this. What I'm hearing is that it is a response to a real life problem that has been coming up, that schools need quick, reliable, official information when something happens. And I can tell you as a teacher, I had a student on my roll, my class roll at the beginning of the school year. The child never showed up, and I didn't know why until about 4 weeks into the school year. We finally got notice that the family had moved. I would have had no way of knowing if some trauma had happened to that child, right? So I don't think the information moves it may move quickly through social media, but I'm not sure that it's reliable all the time, right? And that's what we need if we're really going to support kids. My sense is that what we do with our legislative packet is we just say, look, here's a need that we've identified. It has to do with state law, and we need our legislators to help us to improve this function that we want to have up here. And we don't write the legislation, we understand that there are sometimes competing and compelling other needs, but this is what we're asking them to make easier for us right now. And so to me, it's a reasonable request based on a real world problem that we want to solve. So I'll support this, and I thank you for putting it together.
So board members, can I ask you to turn off your lights if you don't have a question? Okay. So that means that we've got all of the lights off, and I would like to just add a little bit to this discussion. First, thank you, Ms. Evans, for bringing this to our attention. I know that there have been a lot of concerns in some of our schools about the trauma that our children experience, either in their homes or in their communities, and in some cases, it results in a form of PTSD and secondary PTSD, because it's not only the students experiencing direct trauma, but also experiencing people in their community facing trauma. And I know that we have, and I look forward to more information on it, but we have recently partnered with the Board of Supervisors in the Step Up for Kids initiative, which I understand is focused on students who experience domestic violence, either themselves or they have observed it. And that is an area where there is some collaboration and information sharing and making sure that our kids get the wraparound services they need. So is it your intent with this is to expand those type of programs to beyond what is happening with domestic violence to include other forms of violence, either in their own homes or in their community?
It would be any kind of trauma, and the school wouldn't, again, we would have to work out details. They wouldn't necessarily know what the trauma was. They might simply get the handle with care. That's the way it's handled in some places where the police department simply says, this is a child that needs handle with care. And that wouldn't necessarily have any other information, but just this child needs more support.
Okay, so conceptually, I could support that. What I am concerned about is the specific information that is shared. And so what I'd love to be able to do is have us flesh this out a little bit more and perhaps add it to either next year's, because this is a short session, either to next year's legislative.
This is going to come up in this session.
It is. We know for a fact that this will come up in the session. And so I guess this presents a bit of a challenge to this board. Mr. Malloy, what do we do when things come up in a session that we have not addressed? Do we have a mechanism to come back to the board and share with the board what is being proposed and then be able to react to it or respond?
The board has handled that in a couple of different ways. Primarily, the communication is between myself and the legislative liaisons and or the chair to discuss kind of issues that are novel or not necessarily covered under the legislative program. And then it really is at your all's discretion in terms of how the board either formally or informally responds. The board has done resolutions in the past during the session or immediately prior to the session if you've learned of legislation that you haven't covered. But it really is, it is kind of at the board and chair's discretion as to how you respond outside of the legislative program.
So do we know if there's any draft language out there on this subject already at the state level?
I'm sorry, is it already?
Do we know if
we know this is being discussed at the legislative level and that there are going to be people offering some amendments for this.
So, but do we know the specific language that they are planning on offering?
I don't know.
You don't? Okay. I'm trying to figure out how we can get to yes on this because I think there are a lot of questions, and I'm wondering if there is a way that we can ensure that once we have language that we bring it back to this board to take a look at it. And so Ms. Keys-Gamarra, are you answering my question? Because Ms. Derenak-Kaufax is ahead of you in the queue.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize.
No, that's okay. If you just, are you answering my question?
I was trying to answer your question, but I want to be
respectful. So why don't you go ahead and answer my question, and then as the seconder of the motion, and then we'll have Ms. Derenak-Kaufax speak.
Well, I was wondering if perhaps a phrase could be added that would, because it seems that the primary concern that's being expressed is protecting the parent's right to choose to release information with respect to their child. And so if that covers the concern, I'm just wondering if that phrase could be added after the word communication so that it would state the Fairfax County School Board supports permitting I know it was changed, communication from law enforcement to schools. So before the word communication, permitting communication that protects the parent's right to release information regarding that child or something like that. I'm sorry?
I'm sorry, I got a point of order. We're way out of our Robert's rules on this, and we're literally legislating as we go. We have got to get back into the Robert's rules here.
Well, what is being offered is an amendment by one of our board members to try to address some concerns, and so that's what she's trying to do. While you work on your language, Ms. Keys-Gamarra, can I suggest that Ms. Derenak-Kovacs speak to the motion?
Ms. Evans, when I spoke to you earlier today, I said I would support this, and I probably still will, but I appreciate the thoughtful conversation tonight between my colleagues. When you talk about the release of information concerning their child, particularly if the child has passed away or passed away particularly by suicide, when the parents don't necessarily want that information shared for whatever reason, they have that right. And maybe we need to separate the two, but what I'd like to speak to is the second part of the when a child has been exposed to violence or trauma. And unfortunately, I've had situations come before me where I know a child was exposed to violence or trauma, hearing it in my position via community avenues. And when that child is exposed, and I have talked to many people about how to remedy this, and I don't know how to do this best, but often if that child is exposed, say, and they choose not to report it or their parents choose not to report it, then that child continues to suffer. That child could continue to be in class with the person. That child could continue to be continue to go out throughout the grades with a person who may have put that child in a traumatic position because they chose for a variety of reasons not to report. So if this is out there and it can start conversations, I would tend to support this right now. I am very sensitive to a parent's rights, but I'm also very sensitive to what I know has happened when a child or a family chooses not to report a violent act or trauma to their child, and we have no way of helping that child. And so if this opens up a conversation, then I'm for that. And but I am a little bit torn about the parents' rights and would as a parent want to choose what I wanted to do. But I think I think we need a broader conversation. I wouldn't be opposed to putting this in right now, but I'm hopeful that this can be a broader, and it has to be a very courageous conversation.
A broader conversation about the language, do you mean, Ms. Derenak-Kovacs?
No, about the issue.
Yeah,
Ms. Schultz. Madam Chair, we started off talking about dead children, and now we're talking about what's best for a child. So I've lost an understanding of what we're even talking about at the table, because if it was that the police need to communicate with the school that a child has died so that the school can then provide emotional support to the child's friends, the school can do that. We are not prevented from providing school psychologists, school counselors, or whatever other services are needed unless a parent has opted those out. And it's going to be clearly evident when a child is not returning to school. part two is like if a child has experienced trauma. Well, then we're talking about, oh, well, if the family wants to reveal that, somebody has died in the child's life. And now we're talking about, well, if the child is suffering domestic, I don't know what you guys call it, domestic violence or some kind of exposure to trauma at home and the parents don't want to tell us. And now I don't know, the conversation has morphed on this one amendment to an overall legislative package. And I don't even understand what we're talking about anymore, because it started off, and the language here is when a student has died, or when support needs to be, that a student has been exposed to violence or trauma. So can you help clarify what we're even talking about here? And are we trying to make a motion that, again, I don't know what the scope of the problem is. Nothing has been scoped for us. I don't know how often this happens out of 189,000 students. How often is this happening? What's the frequency? How many times are we not? I mean,
so, Ms. Schultz, I think
what is it that we're trying to address here? Because I feel like we've gotten a bit off the rails.
So I'm going to let Ms. Evans address as the maker of the motion, what she's trying to address. I also need to have input from Ms. Keys-Gamarra as to whether or not she's introducing that red language, or if there is something else that you want to amend, because we haven't gotten a clear motion for that. So would you like to,
I'm sorry, Ms. The question was, with this language,
I understand that, so we're going to let Ms.
No,
Evans.
I'm sorry, it's my question. The question is, this language, we already have a law that protects the parents, right? I mean, that's the reason they passed the law in the first place. So if this gets reintroduced, how does this any different than the existing law?
So we're going to let Ms. Evans speak to the motion, and then we're going to let Ms. Keys-Gamarra speak, and then I'm going to take a pulse of the board.
Let me try this. First of all, Ms. Keys-Gamarra is not pursuing this language, so let's go. I just had a sidebar with Ms. Keys-Gamarra, and she's not going to offer that. I hear a number of questions, obviously, about where this was going and the details of it. Mr. Malloy, if we wanted to work on this a bit more, I know we don't want to postpone passing our legislative package, but is there a possibility that we could work on this and bring it back to the board before the legislative session, and then add it in if we choose to? Is that a possibility for us?
I think the board has a number of avenues to do that. I didn't mention earlier that I don't remember how many years ago it was, but the board actually held a work session during the General Assembly session where you looked at particular pieces of legislation that weren't otherwise covered, that you had a discussion on. So you'd be able to do that. In addition to just having a conversation about it, especially once we start seeing actual legislative language to be able to react to.
Then that would probably inform us as well. So, and when do all of the legislation have to be in?
The legislative pre-filing deadline is early in December. It's actually, I think, about a week after your legislative briefing. However, legislators do have the ability to introduce legislation all the way up to the very beginning of the General Assembly session, which is January 9th. So they still would have time. There are limitations on the number of bills that they can introduce, but members do have a number of bills that they can introduce, even all the way up until the General Assembly session starts.
Okay. Well, then that's what I would propose, is that I work with my colleagues on this and bring it back, get whatever information people need, so we can move forward. And I do hope that we can move forward with this, because I do think that there is a problem that we are dealing with. So if I may move then to postpone consideration of this amendment until when would you need it?
So, Ms. Evans, I don't think we can postpone consideration of the amendment. What we can do is you can withdraw the amendment, and then, subject to discussion of draft language in Richmond, that we can actually bring it to the whole board with your proposal on whether we support it or we would want amendments to or changes to any draft legislation. So that it is similar to the precedent that's been set in the past, which is mid-session that we could have a discussion regarding any bills that we feel are pertinent to the work of the school board that we would like to have the school board weigh in on.
I think realistically, wouldn't you need to have a position on this before the legislature started, though, Mr. Malloy, or would?
Not necessarily, because the legislative discussion goes on throughout the session. You'd want it early on, obviously, in the process, so you could be involved when a bill first hits a subcommittee discussion, but you really don't. You can work with legislators prior to that. However, the deadline really is a little bit flexible.
All right. Well, then I guess with that, what I will do is withdraw the amendment for now, but with the understanding that I will plan to bring it back as a separate motion, hopefully by the beginning of January, because I wouldn't want to wait too long, so we can advocate and help our legislators down there. So I was thinking that I could bring it back at a specific date, but we probably don't need to do that. So with that, I guess the only motion now is for me to withdraw it with the understanding that I will be bringing it back.
So I'd like to have a consensus from the board to support the withdrawal. That's what?
Yeah, once the motion is made, second, it belongs to the table. So make of the motion does not have a unilateral right to withdraw. That requires a consent from the rest of the board.
So all those in favor of supporting the withdrawal of this amendment? And that is unanimous. Ms. Evans, I call on you for another amendment.
Thank you. I move to amend the main motion by adding this language under Section S, Standards of Accreditation and Standards of Learning. The Fairfax County School Board supports allowing for the substitution of skills-based courses focused on college readiness and college-level skills, such as the Advancement via Individual Determination, AVID elective course, for other required high school graduation standard course credits, such as career and technical education. CTE.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, Ms. Evans, would you like to speak to the motion?
I would, yes. This issue was brought to me by AVID teachers. One of the things that they have dealt with is that sometimes it is difficult for students to find room in their schedule for AVID, which is an excellent course. It prepares students not only for college, it prepares them for the working world, it prepares them just for the world itself. It helps them get organized, it teaches them, it helps them learn how to seek out the colleges that are best for them and apply for them. So right now, AVID does count as an elective, as one elective, but it would help if students could have this as one of their required courses. I offer up the idea that it could be career and technical education, and that's basically the idea behind that, to enable, to give a little bit, basically give a little bit more flexibility into our graduation standards to help students take AVID.
Ms. Strauss, would you like to speak to the second?
Yes, I do support making it easier for students to actually take AVID. It is an important course, and it should be considered as satisfying part of the graduation requirement. So I fully support Ms. Evans' amendment here.
So with no Ms. Schultz.
So do we have any idea on, because we've gone through a lot, and I'm not exactly sure who I'm, Dr. Presidio is not here. Oh, it's in out of my peripheral vision. You're in my blind spot. So we've gone through a lot of work as a board trying to, over the course of a couple of years, put together a position, and I don't know when we're supposed to be voting on it, but on scaling back our high school graduation requirements that exceed the state requirements to allow for some additional electives for students. Again, this is another, I feel like this is another case where I'm not sure what the implications of this are and how this plays into the graduation requirements. We really haven't had a robust conversation about this in particular. I support AVID because it does help, but how does this impact the graduation requirements, the electives, and our efforts to scale that back? And is there a reason we haven't discussed this more? Dr. Presidio.
I would say we're going to continue the discussion that we've been having on high school flexibility for graduation requirements. We're going to discuss the world language requirements at the December 10th school board work session. But as far as this particular course, students that entered as ninth graders this school year are required to earn 2 credits in World Language Fine Arts, or CTE. One of those credits must be in CTE. So if this amendment were to pass and the legislature was to approve our advocacy for this flexibility, then students would be able to substitute one of those graduation requirements being met with AVID, which would then create another opportunity for them to explore an additional elective of their choosing.
Can you give us a real world example of that? Because I'm trying to imagine like what that would, so can you give us like a swap out, like how that would work with the current state requirements, our requirements, and what a substitution like this would look like?
I think it would be difficult to try to pigeonhole, what that might look like in the abstract. But basically what it would do in general terms would be provide students with more choice in terms of they would have additional flexibility to pursue more electives of their choice. Because this would satisfy one of the requirements under those 2 required courses for World Language Fine Arts, or CTE.
But it says a skills-based course focused on college readiness.
So that language I think is important because there are other courses similar in nature. So we have our Strategies for Success course that some of our English language learners are taking. We have
and students with disabilities.
And students with disabilities. We have capstone courses in AP and IB that students are taking. So again, if those types of courses had the flexibility to count for one of these required graduation credits, students would have flexibility to pursue additional electives. That could be in CTE, that could be in the arts, or it could be in a core content area, which is why it's difficult to come up with like a substitution of one course for another. But the general sense would be they would have the ability to have more choice in their course taking pattern.
Okay, I'm for choice, but I'm not for eroding the base education. So
Sure.
We're not taking away, this would not wind up eroding the base education of a high school, of a portrait of a graduate.
Students would still be required, even if this were to be approved, to take at least 1 CTE credit. So it's not like completely eliminating students from the CTE requirement.
And Dr. Brabrand has something to add to this as well.
Dr. Presidio, can I just verify that you're saying the new graduation requirement requires 1 CTE course? Is that correct?
That's correct.
AVID could be that CTE course. If the kid takes AVID 1, then there's AVID 2, AVID 3. I mean, some schools even have AVID 4. They could have met the requirement when they take AVID and have the CTE course would have been the AVID course.
That is true. They could also get flexibility in that credit requirement, depending on how this were to be implemented. They might also get credit in that World Language Fine Arts CTE category, but they still have another credit that they have to take there.
Right. So if I can just say it this way, as a high school principal, a former high school principal in Fairfax County, kids want more choices, more electives, and more opportunities to take a course and get stack up the credit, like kind of landing on a Scrabble when you did Scrabble and you played a number and a certain letter could count for more points. I think Avid was very popular at Fairfax. We had to turn kids away, and sometimes part of the issue was kids had to trade off. I'm losing an opportunity to take something else. So I think the more opportunities we have to let some of these courses count for more than one thing, it allows for kids to open up other opportunities, particularly in their junior and senior year. Some kids, though, take Avid as early, I want to say, is 9th grade, correct, Dr. Presidio?
Yes.
So it's even getting some of those core requirements out of the way that leave more room, some even at middle school, 7th and 8th. It leaves more room for them in the upper grades to have more elective choices. And overall, I mean, we have a high school student here. Students like that flexibility. We've just, as you know, in the work session from the fall, the state's given us that in the standard diploma. And really, I think the next step is how do we help open that up even in our advanced diploma as well.
So that actually, that helps frame the conversation better, because we really hadn't had that at this level. And it actually has been something I've been advocating. In fact, I want to take it one more, and I want to do the PE for athletes, and we're not quite there yet. But so things that create more choice, I'm definitely going to be in support of. I didn't want to erode base fundamentals. I was trying to make sure we weren't eroding base fundamentals. I'm not entirely sure I have the answer on that, but I think I do. And then,
well, if I can say, like, think of it as CTE. There's a multitude of CTE courses. This is like adding another CTE on the menu that kids could take. Right. So I don't see it as an erosion of the base fundamentals, more as an expansion of the selection.
Great, that's what I wanted to hear. That's the right answer. The last point I have on this is that we don't have Avid in all of our high schools, and that's my big problem, because my schools have very, you want to talk about equity of access, again, this is about, you know, it's all well and good that you have an academy or Avid or whatever, unless your base school doesn't have it, and now we have an issue of equity of access, and this is my equity of a different sort, or equity by a different name. This is what we have to address. You can create the requirement, and it's a Seinfeld moment. Anybody can take a reservation, but you got to hold the reservation. You got to have the Avid in order to be able to access it.
Okay. I don't have any other lights at the table. So with that, we will vote on the motion. Do I need to read it to everybody? There's been no changes. So all those in favor of this amendment, please show. And that motion passes unanimously. With that, I will read the motion before us. I move that the board adopt the Fairfax County School Board's 2019 state and federal legislative program as amended. All those in favor? Oh, okay, Ms. McLaughlin. You haven't had, please make it short. We do have quite a bit more to do tonight.
Yes, Ms. Corbett Sanders, and that was why I opened my remarks by saying that we tend to cram this thing in, and now we ended up having, what, about 2 hours worth of deliberation trying to squeeze in our input. I just wanted to thank Mr. Malloy, because he and I had met in the pre-meeting, and you did a phenomenal job in creating our inaugural federal positions page. And while we've talked all about the state legislative program tonight, I do want to, for the public and just for my colleagues, to make you aware that since the work session, Mr. Malloy was able to really pull together a lot of the data that he and I discussed that I thought would be extremely important. So if you didn't get a chance to review it, again, please note something to the effect of, in terms of full funding for IDEA, if we were fully funded with what the government had promised, it would mean an additional $82.9 million for fiscal year 2019. If we were fully funded for our impact aid, which is for the military students that attend our schools, that would have been an additional $22 million in federal aid. So when we talk about how we can get the funding that we need to serve all of our students. And the focus is oftentimes about the state because they fund us at about 22%, and the federal government is, I think, at now 1 or 2% of our overall budget. But these are significant dollars, and part of the reason that the federal portion of funding our public schools is so tiny is because they're not even bringing the money to the table that we've been promised we're supposed to get. So I know, Ms. Corbett Sanders, you've worked on this for years, and Ms. Derenak Koufax, I recall we talked about this, Ms. Schultz. I mean, many of us have been talking about this, but I mean, look at that's $100 million right then and there. So I hope we don't lose sight of the fact that we as a board may need to look at ways that we can push on this with somehow a more collective voice from the Board of Supervisors and our state delegations, because this just can't keep getting ignored.
Actually, this was on the Board of Supervisors legislative agenda for the past 2 years as well. We brought it to them 2 years ago to make sure that they advocated not only for IDEA but also impact aid, because the combination of the two is pretty significant. And the LCI funding formula is bad, but the LOC for the federal level is even worse. So
thank you.
I fully support that.
You know, the bottom line, though, is that I think we're going to have to be a little bit more mindful that putting this into our legislative package is just like the first start, and that we really might want to start looking at the power of the National School Boards Association, and it's certainly the Washington area metropolitan school boards associations to say that, come on, everybody, we need to start putting some real public and vocal pressure on it, because we certainly know that our national figures on Capitol Hill, every time they run, and this is not about Virginia's elected officials, this is nationally, they all get up there and they talk about how public education is so critical, and yet $100 million to our school division alone goes unpaid by the federal government. So it's time to ask them to bring, show me the money, show us the money.
I think we all appreciate that. Ms. Palchik.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate that, Chair. I won't take much of your time, but I did, Ms. McLaughlin reminded me of something else that I think we need to keep in mind is not directly associated with our legislative program, but I did send an email to staff to see what our role would be in the Community Foundations Count the Region program, the 2020 census being critical, and I believe it is estimated that for every person, every child we do not count, we lose $2,000 per 10 years. So hearing the funding, programs like our school lunch program, our Title I programming, our SNAP program, special ed grants, are very much directed, and the little federal funding we have does depend on us having a full count of all of the kids and families in our community. So I know I sent an email a while ago, I believe, to staff to get a better sense of what our role will be in that, and I do hope that we hear more, and I'm happy to have longer conversations about what FCPS will be doing to ensure our kids are counted in 2020. So we get that limited funding.
So with that, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of adopting the amended 2019 state and federal legislative program, please raise your hands. And that is unanimous. I now call on Ms. McLaughlin for a follow-on motion.
Thank you. Because students need trained health professionals, school nurses, to help them effectively manage their health and optimize their learning outcomes, the board directs the superintendent and staff to work with county in reviewing current practices as well as best practices for school-based clinics in order to provide legislative recommendations for the 2020 state legislative program.
Second.
Ms. McLaughlin, would you like to speak to your motion?
I do. I know it's very late, so to my colleagues and to staff, I will basically edit down my remarks to simply say this. I hope you will support this when we look at the fact that we are committed to educating the whole child, that we are recognizing that over 25% of Fairfax County public schools have a health condition, that 30% of almost 30% of our students are now qualifying for free and reduced meals and coming from socioeconomic challenges. Sometimes their easiest access and their only access to health care is going to be through our clinics. And yet, as of now, because of the limited state funding and support we have on this issue, we only currently have 65 nurses for 188,000 students in Fairfax County schools, with another 200 clinic aides, but the clinic aides are not healthcare trained professionals. And so this I tried to keep as broad as possible. I wanted to make sure you all knew that my Braddock supervisor, John Cook, also has received inquiries in our community and is bringing this forward as a board matter, most likely in December, with a shared goal that our staff work together. I could easily see this reporting back through SCIP potentially, but what I mostly am hoping for is that this board provide direction to the superintendent and staff on something very important and position us better to best meet the needs of our students.
Ms. Schultz, would you like to speak to your second?
Yes, so sometimes people support motions for different reasons. Ms. Burden, who pays for the school nurses?
The county.
The county pays for them. And if we don't have a school nurse in a building, then it's just a clinic aide. Are we paying the clinic aides?
I don't know the answer to that.
No, we don't pay for the clinic aides either. I'm just making a statement through the professional staff so that it's not me saying it. So we don't pay for the nurses, we don't pay for the clinic aides, and so we're sort of subject to the Board of Supervisors. And I think it's important to work with the county and frankly the state to figure out, okay, what's the best practice? And if the best practice is something different than what's happening right now, if it's more efficient, more money, less, whatever it is, then let's figure out what the best practice is and advocate for the best practice and get that happening. And if it's not happening, which we know it's not, let's be smart about it and advocate for it. So, for slightly tangentially different reasons than my colleague, this is smart governing. This is how you govern well, how you govern in collaboration, understand where the resources are, and we need to apply the pressure to those who have the resources and are responsible for funding the resources to do it in accordance with best practices. So this is a wise choice, and we should quickly pass this so we can get on to our next agenda item.
So I don't see anybody else with lights on, so we will go ahead and take the vote. All those in favor of Ms. McLaughlin's follow-on motion, please show your hands. And that passes unanimously with Ms. Keys-Gamarra away from the table. Ms. Keys-Gamarra does have a motion, which is going to be seconded by Ms. McLaughlin. So if I can ask Ms. McLaughlin to go ahead and start reading it, we'll have Ms. Keys-Gamarra offer her motion as she sits down.
Okay. Research suggests that there is a positive correlation between access to menstrual supplies and school attendance. Since the state of Virginia has made it clear that school attendance is linked to a student's ability to access the public education process, and access to menstrual protection is essential to the productivity and development of girls in schools, FCPS should evaluate how to serve our female student population to address this issue. Do you want to pick up the rest, or do you want me to finish? Okay. Such an effort is warranted when almost 30% of Fairfax County students qualify for free and reduced meals, and that students who do not have menstrual supplies often choose to avoid school attendance. Since this inequity places an additional burden on female students, the board directs the superintendent to provide the board with a plan to provide menstrual supplies in all middle schools and high schools. In the alternative, the superintendent may direct the staff to explore options of supporting this population, particularly in schools with a high FRM population. The superintendent is directed to provide a report that includes costs to said program to the board within 3 months or on a date certain.
So that motion is being made by, and it will be seconded by Ms. McLaughlin. So Ms. Keys-Gamarra, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, I would. Thank you. And thank you, Ms. McLaughlin. You read that very well. This is really about removing barriers to education. We want to make sure that every child can truly access public education. It is my understanding that the lack of feminine products has impacted some girls and their ability to access education and be available for education. Currently, products are available in the nurse's office, but in those situations where students lack financial resources, we have received reports, or I have received reports, that some simply wait it out at home, and others are too embarrassed to go to the nurse's office. This problem has been addressed in a nearby area, Manassas Park, and it is intended, this question is presented to you today to allow our staff to evaluate how Fairfax County might make education more available for girls who are impacted by this problem.
So Ms. McLaughlin, would you like to, are you finished, Ms. Keys-Gamarra?
Yeah, just one second.
Okay.
So I'm simply presenting the question. I'm not telling the staff how to do this. It allows dialogue. It allows us to explore ways to address this issue and analyze potential costs. It allows us to hear from our stakeholders, and it includes, allows us to hear from organizations such as BRAS, who is taking a lead in providing products to girls in need. I want to thank that organization, and I thank you and ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Keys-Gamarra. Ms. McLaughlin, would you like to speak to your motion? Your second, I'm sorry.
Yes, Ms. Keys-Gamarra had asked if I would second her motion, and I was very happy to do that. To my knowledge, as I understand it, there was recent state legislation about providing these hygiene products to female prisoners at the state level. So I had envisioned that this, in terms of its application to our state legislative package, as a follow-on motion, is that we're looking to incorporate the state having some sort of stake in this effort. And so it was for those reasons that I was going to support the follow-on motion, that if we're going to better understand what this cost might be, and then to educate the state in understanding that public school attendance is compulsory. Students need to do that. And so if it's a matter of that we may look at either it's what we're providing in our health clinics, but also making the state aware of funding to help support that, there can be a benefit.
Thank you. Mr. Moon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just point of information from the maker of the motion. You are seeking a plan to be devised by superintendent or some other options for board's consideration and potential adoption later on, correct? We're not adopting, we're not approving. That is correct. Because we don't know, how much it's going to cost.
Correct. My goal is to get the question before the board, and to give the staff an opportunity to look at what this would entail. I found out today, I did not know previously, that a few other board members have been looking at this issue, and so Ms. Johnson has already been researching.
So it's pretty much similar to budget question, budget inquiry.
Correct. But my goal is to make sure that this issue is before the board.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Schultz.
Okay, so this is another case where we have not had this discussion at all. This showed up, and and not that it's not well intended, but this showed up in our box either yesterday or today, I don't even know. Literally zero conversation about this. There is no understanding of the scope of this. This actually asks for a plan to get it done. It doesn't say to come back and give us information. Actually, it says directs the superintendent to provide the board with a plan to provide menstrual supplies in all middle and high schools. That's what it says, directing the superintendent to develop the plan to provide them. And so this is the thing, is should we ask for a plan for providing shoes to make sure children have shoes? Because some kids do not have adequate clothing to come to school. So should we have a plan for that too? I don't understand how this is in our lane. I really, there are so many possibilities for discussing this ahead of time. What foundations are out there? What partnerships can be had with the community? What grants can be applied for? But to go straight to taxpayer-funded menstrual supplies for all middle and high schools, I mean, this is where we need to be, frankly, far more productive in our governance and having conversations like this. Like, I actually think this should have been a forum topic. And is this where our priority is? Is this where I want the superintendent and his professional staff to spend his time? We're talking about one Fairfax and changing people's boundaries and how to meet, comprehensive development needs, and kids are going to school in trailers, and we haven't closed the achievement gap for minority students and students with disabilities, and we're having inclusion issues and all of these other things. And is this where I want the superintendent and his professional staff to spend his time? I don't think this is a wise way to govern, to have a 11th hour out of the blue topic that this board has not had a single discussion on, attached to a follow-on motion to a legislative package that we've now been discussing for hours. And on that, on a need for us to be better stewards of our own time, which is effectively stewards of public resources, I'm going to take a pass on this.
So Ms. Palchik?
Yes, and thank you, Ms. Keys-Gamarra. As we discussed, this is information that Mr. McElveen and I have been looking into, doing some research after meeting with Bras and with Ms. Johnson. I guess I support this. I was a little bit surprised in trying to figure out how this fit into our legislative package. I guess I have some similar thoughts and questions, but you know what? I think we need to move forward and get more information. So if the intent of this, it's a little bit late, we've been wordsmithing all night. If the intent of this is to really, have staff continue to look at the possibilities, I would want them, to meet with Manassas Park City Schools and understand how it's a pilot project, the first year there, and to help us understand the cost of not doing this. I know some of this information is very difficult to gather. I know Bras has had a hard time trying to gather, feedback and surveys. So that being said, if the ask here is to help us gather more information and come up with a plan of how to support our kids in schools with menstrual supplies so that they're able, and sometimes it's not all day, but I've had students who, leave class or who are embarrassed who do not come. So I can support this, and I would love for us to combine our efforts and meet together and continue the work with Ms. Johnson. So I will be supporting this. Thank you.
So Ms. Derenak-Kaufax, followed by Ms. Evans.
I too will be supporting this, but I do have a question, I guess. Do we not currently know, because I think there's one of those equity issues. I think some schools already supply them, and do we know?
It's my understanding, I think Ms. Schultz wanted to answer the question. It's my understanding that the supplies are available in the nurse's office.
Only in the nurse's office.
That's my understanding. Ms. Johnson, did you want to speak to that?
That's correct. And definitely in the clinics, there are some schools that have them available in their counselor's office or sub-school offices, depending on what type of disorganization your schools are.
Okay, but there's none available in the restrooms.
There are machines available in some schools, and there have been challenges that have been reported through facilities. Principals are concerned, one, with the stocking. That's been a challenge. There have been a lot of vandalism with the machines, including set fires. There's been a lot of theft.
Okay, because I do recall seeing the machines in the restroom facilities. Okay. All right, but that's your concern. That's the concern about how best to address that because of those things that you just spoke of. Okay, thanks.
Ms. Evans, followed by a go back of Ms. McLaughlin.
So thank you, Ms. Keys-Gamarra, for putting this together. I support the intent behind it. I think that we do need to help our female students in this way. I have to say I don't see how this relates to our legislative program. Could you tell me how this relates to our legislative program?
My goal was to make sure, this is not a part of this is a follow-on motion for, yes. Well, I think that it does need to be brought to the larger issue, but it also allows us as a board to consider this. So I think I have a dual purpose in being able to put this issue out there for both the legislative purpose, but also for us to look at it for our own purposes.
Are you asking the state to do something?
No, not at this point.
Okay.
Oh, I would love state funding. I'm sorry. It's too late.
Okay, and I guess it did kind of stop me when the language that says we're going to have a plan to provide this in all of our middle and high schools. That does suggest that we're committing to that, as opposed to getting information on that. I would have more comfort with this if we directed the superintendent to explore a variety of options, particularly at schools with high FRM population.
Can I ask a question? Yeah, if you look at the second part of that, it says in the alternative. Does that address your concern?
It does, but I guess I think that approach is a better approach than, because you're saying two things. I mean, I would recommend that we take out the first piece of that and make it the more general, exploring the options for supporting this population, rather than committing us to the one.
So you're offering that as a friendly amendment?
Madam Chair.
I am, yes.
Okay.
Point of order.
Yes, Mr. Moon.
That's exactly why I did ask questions from the maker of the motion, what her intent was. Her intent, as I understood, is that get the plan or other options and cost information from superintendent, and then board later on consider that. It's not that we are committed to do this at this point.
It was not my intention to commit the board at this point.
I thought that was what I heard.
Right, that was my intention, but if the language is of concern, I'm certainly open to how we might fix that.
That's what I would suggest for clarity, if nothing else, because if we go simply to directing the superintendent to explore options for supporting this population, then that's more open-ended, and he can bring us back supplies for everyone, or supplies for some subset, or some combination of the two. So that would be, right now we're saying an either or.
So Ms. Evans, are you offering an amendment that suggests that you delete from the language of to provide the board with a plan to provide menstrual, and instead you would delete that language and pick it up, direct the superintendent to explore options of supporting.
The board directs the superintendent to explore, right? To explore Is that acceptable? I mean, that's, yes, directs the superintendent to explore, exactly. That's what I would suggest we do. And then that would enable him to bring back something else. Is that acceptable to you?
I accept that amendment.
So I will make that amendment.
So who is seconding your amendment? Ms. McLaughlin. All those in favor of amending the motion?
Okay, thank you.
Hold on.
Oh, sorry.
That motion has Ms. Strauss, Ms. Evans, Ms. Keys-Gamarra, Ms. McLaughlin, Ms. Derenak Kofax, Mr. McElveen, Ms. Palchik, and Ms. Hines, Ms. Corbett Sanders. Those opposed? Those abstaining? Abstaining is Ms. Schultz. That motion passes.
Well,
So
thank
now
you.
we
And
can
with
go
that,
to
I can support this. I will make the comment that this would have been a perfectly fine budget amendment as well. Now, I know you want to get it going, so maybe this speeds it up. We have to be a little careful with that, but I'll support it.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we have Ms. McLaughlin.
So I had told Ms. Keys-Gamarra I would be happy to support her motion. Where I'm struggling a little bit is, again, just the protocol of how we're doing this, because I know while the goal here, when I first read it, was looking at kind of piggybacking off of the concern about our school nurses, our clinic aides, and how are we meeting the health needs of students. So I would have preferred that in terms of our adhering to our agenda items, it needs to somehow relate to the state. And so it is a follow-on motion, I understand that. I would prefer that the language have been therefore tying it back into our state legislative program, because quite frankly, my follow-on motion I was going to do on school nurses. Yes, it has to do with the state, but it also just happens to do with, from a budget perspective, we need to be getting the board of supervisors and us on there. So I'm conflicted about passing this in general, based on trying to figure out how we honor the process that we were actually here for this evening.
So, Ms. McLaughlin, I understand that Delegate Keem has some legislation that he's considering putting forth. Someone mentioned to me, is that correct? Do we know? For this program in schools?
I know that he's very supportive of this. I can't say that I've read that proposal, however.
Okay, so that was the only reason why, because I know that a number of our members of the House of Delegates have talked about this. It seemed that this was relevant to our legislative package.
Ms. Corbett, I guess the only thought about this in the legislative package would be, while we support this, we also don't want unfunded mandates, correct? So I don't know if those bills, if that's what is being considered. It's very easy for the state to say, yes, this is great, and figure it out. So if in any way this is saying, this is important, we need to figure out, and in partnership with our state representatives, how we do this appropriately in a way that funding is considered. That makes sense to me. Especially, you have smaller districts to whom it would be very difficult to provide some of this. So that's the only connection, I guess. I don't know if Ms. Keys-Gamarra I could find to that.
That makes sense, Ms. Palchik.
Okay. So with that having been said, shall we vote on this? Or Ms. McLaughlin, you look like you're ready to say something, but your light's not on, so I'm trying to figure out if I can go ahead and take the vote. All those in favor of supporting the follow-on motion as amended, please show your hands. So that is Ms. Strauss, Ms. Evans, Ms. Keys-Gamarra, Ms. McLaughlin, Mr. Moon, Ms. Derenak Kofax, Mr. McElveen, Ms. Palchik, and Ms. Hines. Those opposed, Ms. Schultz. That motion passes. Now we are on 5.04, the strategic plan priorities. I call on Ms. Derenak Kofax for the motion.
I move that the school board accept the recommended changes to the strategic plan.
I second the motion.
Ms. Derenak Kofax, would you like to speak to your motion?
Very briefly, when I first began my tenure on the board, we talked about aligning our systems priorities with our budget, from our streamline and focus, not hocus pocus, Mr. McElveen, task force, to community conversations, to our board discussion, culminating in a directive to a former superintendent to develop a first draft of the strategic plan, to multiple conversations, more community conversations, more revisions, retreats, to where we are today, a document that will act as a transparent one with prioritized areas of focus, aspirational goals that includes what success will look like, both short-term and long-term. This plan is improved with each round and will continue to serve as a living roadmap that will grow and develop, as we will see by the amendments tonight. I thank all staff involved who got us to this point. There were so many, many of you. I especially want to thank Mr. Marty Smith for his leadership on this. I look forward to this plan's continual improvement and the improvements that this plan will bring to our system.
Ms. Strauss, would you like to speak to your second?
Yes, very briefly. I am very pleased with the work on the strategic plan. This iteration, not only have we streamlined the plan, but now we've added metrics to it. I'm very grateful for the work of staff and for my colleagues we've discussed this now quite at length. And I want to also thank Dr. Brabrand. This has been a long process and an excellent one. And thank you again, Mr. Smith, because I believe he has been the person pulling this together and working with staff. So thank you all very much. I think it's an excellent product.
So, Mr. Moon.
Yes, I have a couple of questions. Maybe not a couple, maybe one. Mr. Smith? Just to clarify, because you have now provided not just school years 18 to 20 target, but you also provided in the revised document school years 22 to 24 aspiration, correct?
Correct.
So when we say school years 18 through 20, when you say school year 18, I mean, I understand that to be 18-19 school year.
And then the following would be the 19 to 20 school
19
year.
and 20. So when you have 18 through 20 school years, are we talking about 2 school years, or are we talking about school year 18, school year 19, school year 20, which is 3 years?
We're talking about 2 school years.
2 school years. So school years 18 and school year 19.
Yes. So we've got the range
which
there.
goes until June 30th, basically June of the calendar year 20.
20, yes.
Okay, so I got that cleared. Same thing with aspiration years, 22 through 24, meaning starting from 22 and then ending June 24.
Yes.
Correct?
Correct. So 22 to 23, 23 to 24.
Okay, and then between those school years 18 through 20 and 22 through 24, there are another 2 years, right?
Yes, there's another 2 years.
There's another step to go. I mean, I enjoy seeing all these 100%. And the revised document says aspirational goals. That's really aspiration. I'm really praying that we get there with 100%. But getting to 100% on anything is not an easy task.
No, it is not.
Okay, so I hope that you will show us how we can really get to 100% on all of these. I'm being very hopeful. At the same time, I want to know what we can do, how we can actually, how we, board, can help you to get to those points. Are we going to see those plans sometime?
Yes, so the first part of the plan is to approve the targets and where we're heading, the direction we're heading. We're currently working with ORSI, the staff in ORSI, along with our my assistant superintendent colleagues to develop the action plans. And once we get the action plans developed for how we're going to get there, we'll be reporting that information out to the board. And then as we look at the goal reports, we'll be explaining that how as part of the goal report structure. And we'll be having conversations with the leadership team in terms of what that looks like. But this first approach is really to get the direction from the board. And if this is where we're going, a lot of this work is already happening, but we want to be able to memorialize it within the action plans and then memorialize that in terms of the reports for the board. And that's where we'll tell you the how.
Okay, I am going to be supporting this motion, due strategic priorities, but with a lot of reservations. A lot of reservations. You know, a couple of points that I made during the work session, I don't think have been reflected in the revised documents, especially, you probably know what I'm talking about, diversity issues related to the premier workforce, and also number of trailers. I mean, the revised document still shows 20 years. It's going to take 20 years before you, staff, is proposing to eliminate all the trailers. I mean, whereas I see all these 100% to be achieved in 6 years, now for trailers, your aspiration seems to be still 20 years, not 6 years, not 10 years, 20 years. That I find that to be quite disappointing.
We look at this as a living document, and we'll be addressing all of our targets with the board as we go through our goal reports. And so these are all things that we can look at on a yearly basis. We also wanted to take a look at those items that the board as a whole felt that they needed to have addressed for Monday's meeting for this initial vote, and then we can always address any additional concerns after that.
You know, if this board passes the strategic plan priorities as revised, as is, what we see on the board doc, I'm going to have a tough time. I'm going to have a tough time approaching Board of Supervisors saying that we need more capital funding so that we can address the trailer issues while I support a 20-year plan. So I'll be putting myself into a corner. That I'm voting for this 20-year plan, meanwhile, need to go out to public and the Board of Supervisors asking for more funding so that we can do it. I don't know how I can justify myself for voting this, but I am still voting because there are many other things that I still like about trailers. I'm sorely disappointed.
Do you want to respond to that, Mr. Smith?
Just that is noted, Mr. Moon, and that we can certainly address that with the board. We can address that with the chair as we think about bringing other topics to the table for the board to consider. And again, the plan is a living document, and we can address any aspect of the plan at any time at the board's direction.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Hines?
Thank you. Thanks very much to staff for all of this work. There's a lot of good news here. We have honest data, which is really nice, which gives us the opportunity for a strategic and transparent conversation with the community and with each other about how we move forward in some of the areas where we need to make improvements. I would like to be able to support this document, I really would, because so much went into it, but I can't because of one chart on one page, which probably sounds really unfair, but I'm going to explain in a minute. If we could go to page 10 of the document of baseline targets worksheet document. Can we put that up there by any chance? If you look at that chart, that is the chart of participation rates in advanced academic programs. And if you look at I'll just keep going. If you look at the top line of that chart, it gives us our 3-year baseline, which is basically kind of where we are now, right? And
so I'm sorry, Ms. Hines, your request for the chart to be shown, we're still looking for it. So just be aware you're talking about something that is not displayed.
Okay, this is one of the attachments on the agenda. It is I'm sorry to do this at such a late hour, but it is the attachment that is the baseline targets worksheet. Any way we could get that pulled up? Page 10. Okay, thank you. If you take a look at that, it basically is the metric is participation rates in advanced academic programs by subgroup. And if you look at the top row, it is the 3-year baseline, which shows that 20% of all students participate in advanced academic programs. 32% of Asian students participate in advanced academic programs. 10% of Black students participate. 7% of Hispanic students participate. 23% of white students participate. 4% of economically disadvantaged students participate in AAP programs. 1% of English language learners participate in AAP programs, and 6% of students with disabilities participate. So, you know, what this is saying is that we believe we're measuring properly. If we believe we're measuring properly, then we believe we're measuring innate capability to take on challenging curriculum. So what we're saying, if we stand by this as, you know, what we ought to be doing and how we ought to be doing it, we're saying that Black students are half as likely as white students to benefit from challenging curriculum. Let's just be honest about what we're saying. That Hispanic students are less than 1/4 as likely as Asian students to benefit from challenging curriculum. That only 6% of our students with disability are twice exceptional. So that first bar, that first row, is where we are now, and none of us thinks that that's good enough. There we have common ground. The second row below that, which is the school years 18 to 20 targets, show a significant proposed change. But will still not be enough. We'll still not get to the point where we are measuring innate capability and meeting those needs. And we don't know how we're going to get there. Certainly not by doing what we've been doing for quite a while. Young Scholars is not going to get us there. Leaving principals with the burden of, you know, making local level 4 work at their schools at the current rate that they're able to do that is not going to get us there. I think we have to recognize as a board that we're asking our elementary principals to solve this very difficult and very political problem in their schools with their communities when really that political conversation is ours. So I don't know how we even get to the second row there, the 18 to 20 targets. And then when you go down to the third row, the aspirational goals, we've chosen 32%. And I assume that we've chosen that because that is the highest percent of any group. And if our goal is equity, then everybody has to be at the same percent. So from a very simple look at it, we could say, okay, well, that's equity of a kind, isn't it? You know, it's numeric equity. But what does it have to do with giftedness? What does it have to do with measuring and meeting a kid's innate ability? Do we have any reason to think that 32% of our kids are more likely to benefit from challenging curriculum than the other 68%, if I did the math right, of our kids? Do we have any reason to think that we want a school system that self-contains 32% of our kids in classrooms together from 3rd through 8th grade? Because they have somehow measured, they've somehow tested into that self-contained classroom, because that's our model now, is self-containing. So that's what we're talking about. And even if we agree that 32% of our kids self-contained in classrooms in the year 2024 is our goal, how are we going to get there? Certainly not with young scholars, certainly not with local level 4. I think if we believe in that number, or maybe some larger number, maybe we believe in fact that 100% of our students should have access to challenging curriculum, we cannot get there on the road we're on. And here's the thing about AAP that I don't want to get lost. How we do it, how we sort and separate kids is just one part of a very good curriculum, right? Our AAP curriculum is very good. It's good stuff. The training is good. I started my career as a teacher in the GT Center, so I got all that training, all that curriculum. 2 years later, I took it into the general education classroom. Everybody was exposed to it. It worked very well. I think it's just really good stuff. But the troubling unintended consequences of AAP are things we also all know about. You know, the effects on transportation and facilities, the effects on the culture of a school, the effects on PTAs. And the most troubling, of course, of all is equity. That after 40 years, our children are assessed, sorted, and separated all day, every day, 3rd through 8th grade, into parallel school systems segregated by race and family income. That's what that chart is telling us. That's what we're doing, and that is the most pernicious unintended consequence of AAP as we do it. This is not self-containing kids, 3rd through 8th grade, is not a common or best practice for meeting advanced academic needs. We must do better, and we can. We have models of best practices across the country, internationally, and right here in Fairfax County. We have principals who are making it work in their buildings. We've had national expert Pedro Noguera address our leadership conference 2 years in a row to talk about the research supporting equitable delivery of challenging curriculum. You know, we have the research base, we have the knowledge, we have the best practice examples out there. We can do better, and I believe we want to. But after 25 years as a mom, a teacher, and now a school board member, and 7 years on this board and 4 superintendents later, I do find myself frustrated and discouraged that we seem to keep doing the same things, kind of messing at the margins, expecting a different outcome. We continue to tell teachers that they need us to sort and separate kids before we give them to them so that they can do their job. We continue to tell parents that their kids need to be somewhere other than their neighborhood school, when we know, in fact, that what we want to do is meet every child's needs in their neighborhood school. And most dangerously, we continue to tell kids at the age of 8. We continue to label them as advanced or not so advanced. And that's, you know, it's high-stakes assessments that label and exclude. And that is not a common or best practice. So we need independent expert help. I don't think for
So
staff.
Ms. Hines, I know you have a follow-on motion. Are you talking to your follow-on motion, or are you talking to the plan itself?
No, I'm talking to the plan itself. I've listened to a lot of people.
Just wondering, because I know that a lot of this is in the
Thank
follow-on
you.
motion.
Thank you. I will try not to repeat myself later, okay? So we need independent expert help, not so much for staff, I don't think. I think staff could come up with a plan that would work. I think staff can do better. I think we see a lot of our principals doing better out there. I think we need independent expert help and recommendations for the school board, because the school board has to sell this to the community. And we need a plan that we can get behind and sell to the community to make this change. So the good news about this document is that we're being honest. The bad news about this particular part of this document, in my mind, is that we don't have a strategic plan, and this is supposed to be about strategic planning. We don't have a way to improve. So I won't raise my hand to support this document. There are follow-on motions, thank you for the reminder, Ms. Corbett-Sanders, that will try to put the school system and the school board on a strategic, research-based, best practices, community-informed path to reform, right? Because they're follow-ons, I'm not sure what's going to happen with them. And so I want to make a point now of not supporting this document because of this. I just want to make that point. It is a point of principle. I will finish with, in honor of Inclusive Schools Week, just a little story from my Arlington Public Schools classroom, my 5th grade class, which, by the way, how do we do it in Arlington? How do we meet all needs in one classroom, in the general education classroom, and not sort and separate kids into separate school systems? Because we do that. The way you do it is you do formative assessments pretty regularly, you flexibly group, and you do a lot of extensions and differentiation, and you work with your gifted coach in the building to make sure that you're doing all of that. So here's just a quick little vignette from my classroom. Every week I have a writer's chair where one of the students can, and any student who wants to, can sit in the teacher's chair and read something that they've written. One week I had one of my students who has an inch-thick IEP, had been reading a picture book about slavery and wrote a reflection about it in his reading journal, and I thought it was good, so I suggested that he read it, which he did. Sitting right in front of him on the rug was the student in the class who probably scores the highest on every possible assessment that you can take of a student, right? So this is a kid who would be in our AAP program, who would not be in the general education classroom here in Fairfax County. Sitting right in front of that student, reading his reflection from his journal, and it was a beautiful, very spare, rhythmic reflection. It was almost like a poem. And this gifted child sitting right in front of him was rapt, watching him read. And when I asked, did anybody have anything they wanted to say, she raised her hand and said, "That was so nice. You wrote a poem. That's really great," right? Now you can just imagine how that made the child with special needs feel, because they all know who's the kid in the class who everybody thinks is the smartest, right? So that felt great for him. But let's think about the lesson to that child sitting on the floor, listening to him read and seeing the gift that he had and receiving the gift that he was giving to her. Okay, that scene cannot happen in most of Fairfax County Public Schools, and I think it's a great loss. In a little while, I will be seconding Ms. Palachik's follow-on motion to try to get us there, and I promise I will try not to repeat myself.
Ms. McLaughlin, followed by Ms. Keys-Gamarra.
So being particularly mindful of our superintendent and staff, especially at this late hour, I will just, at a very macro level, say that while I appreciate the extremely hard work that's gone into this document to date, as I shared at the work session, I don't believe we should be voting on this tonight. I think that staff, they need to take longer time to get some of the more additional data points in here where it's saying underdevelopment, underdevelopment, underdevelopment. Not a problem at all. I completely understand. We need to get this right, not rush it to some unknown deadline, which I really can't understand at this point. I mean, staff will keep working on this regardless if we voted on it tonight. But as board members, we're going to own the document that's in front of us. And I'm not comfortable with where we are tonight with the document as it is. I wrestled with, do I vote no or do I abstain? And so to my colleagues, to the public, and to Dr. Brabrand, I'm going to abstain because I don't want to send the signal that I'm unhappy with the document necessarily. But abstentions can be when you don't feel you have enough information to make an informed decision, and that's where I feel tonight. I can't make an informed decision on the strategic plan in the current state that it's in, and I really do hope that the board will reflect on how the votes come out tonight, and maybe in the future we need to set up a timeline. And this isn't to you, Ms. Corbett-Sanders. I think you're trying to just keep the trains running, but I'm just not comfortable where we found ourselves in putting this before the vote. I would have preferred we walked out of the work session saying to Dr. Brabrand, you're heading in the right direction. And when you've got more of this thing put together, then we'll bring it out to the public and we'll be confident about the product that's in front of us. And I can't do it tonight.
Ms. Keys-Gamarra.
Well, I want to be brief. First of all, it's very late, but I want to say thank you first of all for all the hard work. I know that this represents a great deal of thought and a great deal of hard work. But I'm having a philosophical kind of conflict, an internal conflict, because I strongly believe that the expectations in this document are too low. And when I look at, for example, as student success, I think it's a 2-year, and I pointed this out during the work session about how little improvement we were expecting. And I'm uncomfortable saying to the public that my expectations are there. I understand how you got there. I understand the analysis and all of that. But I am really, really struggling with that because I have spent a great deal of my life basically advocating for kids to raise expectations. And it isn't reflected in this document. So it's not, I get it, I know it's hard work, but I want the board to know that I'm struggling for that reason.
Ms. Schultz.
Wow, there's an awful lot of struggling going on at this table tonight, which is why we should not be voting. I've heard colleagues say, well, there are some fundamental issues I've got with this document, but I like other things, so I'll vote for it, maybe. And then I've heard some people say, I like most of it, but I don't really don't like one thing, so I'm not gonna vote for it. And then some people say, well, it's incomplete, so I'm gonna vote abstain because I don't have enough information. The very nature of the fact that this is the type of information that we're talking about at the table is indicative of the fact that we should not be voting. By the time something comes to the table, we should have a finished work product. If this were an assignment in one of our classrooms and one of our teachers got this from a student as their turned in document, would the teacher pass the student, or would the teacher say, this is an incomplete document, please continue to work on it, and we'll give you until the end of the quarter in order to get it done? And that's really where we are. There's no reason to force a vote on this other than ourselves. And there are significant concerns. Believe it or not, I agree with many of the things that Ms. Hines said, many of the things that Mr. Moon said, many of the things that Ms. McLaughlin said tonight. Actually, many of the things that Ms. Keys-Gamarra said too. The AAP numbers, I disagree. I don't think this is measuring innate capability. I think that there are some aspects of a student's life over which we cannot exercise control. Believe it or not, I think that there are cultural, familial, religious, deeply held convictions of heritage and other things that that we have no control over, and we can't enforce a desire for equal participation for everyone of every ethnicity, every culture, every religion, every background, socioeconomic or whatever, just because we want it. We make up these ratios as if that everybody will excel at equal rates because the desire is not an innate desire or innate capability, but because that it's a value system to aspire, to spend your life, going to school on Saturday and school on Sunday afternoon and cram and tutors, and you know what? That may not be. And I've had fundamental discussions with people in the AP community where, I may value the skills that a student acquires from becoming, a Gold Star Scout, Girl Scout, or an Eagle Scout that are life skills that are more important than, 30 or 40 hours additional of homework a week or a month in order to achieve some of these. So fundamentally, there are some big holes here. I wish that we had maybe gotten some of it more complete before we were voting for it. I don't particularly appreciate, for example, if we could go back to the famous, we are on it, this second line on this chart materialized in the last couple of days, that we're suddenly going to have equal participation as an aspiration across all subgroups. The notion, when we've been, and I'm going to stay in one of my passion lanes, students with disabilities, we don't have that disaggregated. One of the things that I've talked about repeatedly is, you have some profound disabilities and you have some mild disabilities, and the fact that we don't have that disaggregated, and that we're going to take 32% of a subgroup that's 14% of our student population, where that 14%, some of that represents very severe and profound disabilities, and that somehow we're going to make up a 32% participation rate in advanced academics, I think that's a wholly unrealistic, conversation to have, where that goal materialized in the last few days, just since we've had our last conversation. I don't even know where that came from. Let's just make all the numbers even. I don't even understand how that's a legitimate slide. Can we go to slide 9, please? And yeah, I know it's late, but man, we spent a lot of time talking about free tampons and other stuff tonight. This is the stuff that we should have spent, inverse portion of our time tonight, and I don't care that it's late, I'm gonna talk. So on slide 9, we have on here, eliminate a gap, an aspirational statement that all students will have access to an FCPS government, a government-provided individual computer or tablet consistent with one Fairfax policy of digital access for all residents. There's a difference between access and the government providing. One thing is when you create the opportunity for access, which is the opportunity for Wi-Fi. Another thing is you providing and paying for a device into the hands of 189,000 students. I don't fundamentally think this belongs, and I don't think this is strategic at all. I don't even know that this is a goal that our community holds, that these are values that our community holds, is that the government should be paying for and putting a device into the hands of children all the way down to elementary school. And we've had robust conversations about this repeatedly. And so, we can go back and forth about whether or not we abstain or not, but at some point, I actually think you have to raise your hand and say no. No, this isn't good enough. No, I don't think we should be voting. No, I don't think the government should be putting devices into the hands of kindergartners as an aspirational goal. No, I just think it's no. And I don't think this work reflects our best work tonight, frankly. I don't think anything tonight is reflecting our best work. And I think it's because we've tried to cram it through. I think we've tried to cram it through. We're not ready, and we've put a self-imposed deadline. And I think we need to turn in late work.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Evans, you're actually next on deck, so would you like to speak?
I would. First of all, I want to thank staff for their excellent work. I think you have done a fine job, and you've pulled together a lot of the major points of where we want to go, and that's what we ask you to do. At the same time, I'm hearing a lot of concerns and a lot of questions tonight about specifics, about not having all of the information, and that's some of that's inevitable.
Some of that is, it's still in development. So what I'm going to propose is, I feel like the board, this is such an important piece. There are few things that are more important than this. So I think all of us would benefit from having a little bit more time to reflect on this particular piece. So what I'm going to recommend is that we postpone consideration of this and bring it back to the board after staff has had a little bit more time to complete the works, some of the things that are blank and some of the things where questions have been asked. And I think we also need to have another work session on it. So I'm going to suggest that we postpone approving the strategic plan priorities until April 4th, 2019. And in the meantime, hold another work session once staff is ready to bring us back both the answers to the questions that have been raised tonight, any other questions that board members have, as well as more of the things that are in development. So I'd like to make that motion.
Okay, so the motion on the table is to defer consideration of the strategic plan until the date certain of April 4th, 2019, with the intention of having a work session on the revised plan sometime in March.
March sounds good.
Second.
Or February, if they're ready, if staff's ready.
I actually think it might be more helpful to have that in February so that we can have
I would be
to
happy to leave
influence
that to
any
the chair.
budget.
I would say to ask the chair to schedule a work session at an appropriate time.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's seconded by Ms. Schultz. I think we've had sufficient conversation about this tonight. So, okay, I hear it now. Okay. So, Ms. Evans, would you like to speak to your motion?
I think I just did. I made the point, so thank you. I hope you'll support it.
Ms. Schultz, would you like to speak to your motion?
Clearly, this is something that's important enough for hopefully a unanimous vote or a close to unanimous vote as is necessary, and I don't see it here, and we know it. I mean, internally we all know it. So let's give this the time that it's due, and it's important enough to get this right, not to do it right now, but to get it right.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Derenak-Kofax?
I hear what you're all saying, and I think a couple things have to come into play. This, again, as Mr. Smith said, and as we've always said, this is a living document. By not passing this now or by not looking at this now, one of the things we wanted to do was line up budget priorities with this plan. We don't now have a plan to line up budget priorities given the timeline you're asking. There are certain issues that certain people there are certain philosophical differences that are in this plan that I don't think certain board members, no matter if they're friends or not, are not going to agree on. And there are fundamental things. And so when you lay the stake down and you say, I am not going to vote for this because of page whatever, that is problematic because I could pick out something here too. I hear what you're saying, Elizabeth. I know there's a lot of what you said, some of what Pat said, I agree with. But what we're doing tonight by not moving forward with this, we have another year where we don't have a transparent document for the public to look at and to see this is where our budget priorities line up. I understand. I feel that it's rushed too. But at some point, we have to bite the bullet and we have to, not everything is going to be perfect. Things can be moved and talked about. It is comprehensive. It is big. I I don't agree with the timeline that was just proposed, so I will not be voting in favor of that. And I also just, as we move forward, I caution my colleagues that just taking a single issue out and voting against the plan is something I hope we can. That may be the one benefit of having additional time, but at the same time, I don't agree with that timeline. I think it's too late. We won't be able to line up budget priorities, and we'll have another year where, you know, it's not evident exactly where the board's systems and the system's priorities line up in recognition of our budget dollars. So,
Ms. Keys-Gamarra. Ms. Hines?
Yeah, thank you. So I feel like I started a problem, which I didn't want to start. And maybe I didn't. But I disagree. I don't think that we should put this off. I think we should vote. I'm glad we're talking about it. I'm glad we're voting on it. If my abstaining would make it, would be more helpful than voting against, I'll do that, so that at least you have the possibility of getting a majority vote on this. You know, the point of this document is really just to kind of lay a marker about where we are, right? This is our data, and this is where we want to go. You know, we still have to talk about how we get there, and I do understand that. I never vote no on a document like this, a strategic document, based on one page. This is incredibly important. How we do advanced academics is incredibly important because it has so many unintended damaging consequences. It simply does. And you know, I admit, I'm making a point of principle, and that is probably really annoying, and I don't like it when people do that myself. But if we don't have a follow-on that takes advantage of this moment that we have, this opportunity, that's what I'm worried about, that we won't take advantage of it. But if we postpone this vote, then we won't have the follow-on conversation, which to me is the most important part of tonight, which is, okay, we don't, I have a lot of trouble living with the chart because I don't see a way to get there. But I want us to talk about a way to get there. And there's no way that we can do that if we don't vote. I don't think we can follow on if we postpone voting on this. Besides, I want us to vote on it. I want staff to be able to move on. We've done a lot of work. They've done a lot of work on this. Putting it off means putting off all these important conversations, including the budget, as Ms. Derenak-Kofak said. So I can't vote to postpone this.
Thank you, Ms. Hines. Ms. Strauss, followed by Mr. Moon and Ms. McLaughlin.
I don't support putting off the vote. This document is not complete yet. The plans for implementation are not here. This, again, is a partial dipstick vote. There are metrics now that are added, aspirational goals. They are aspirational. The last time we tried to do this, we backed off and failed because we could not accept the metrics. Same thing. And and metrics and hard numbers are hard. It is hard to accept them. It's hard to figure out what is aspirational, where we're going to go. But I agree. If we put this off, we then have sidestepped our ability to establish some funding priorities. We need to go forward with a discussion of plans and how we're going to get to some of these goals. I don't support putting it off. It just pushes it down the road, and it puts off making decisions and plans that we need to move forward with. It would be very sad if we ran into the same problem that we did years ago, where the metrics stopped us short because we didn't like them.
Mr. Moon.
First of all, in response to Ms. Hines' concern about not being able to address advanced academic program issues that you wanted to address through a follow-on motion, that if the motion to postpone passes, I think you can still do that by bringing up to a forum discussion at the next meeting. at the next meeting, from there, because I think a substitute motion basically calls for having a forum discussion and having a work session, basically. So you can still do that. So I'm not sure where this motion to postpone is gonna go, but if that passes, that's a route you can take. As far as the motion to postpone is concerned, that there is just at this point in time so much division amongst of us, huge division. It might be better for us to take a little more time. I don't know whether we actually need entire 6 months time frame. So even if the motion to postpone, which is until April 4th, passes tonight, that doesn't mean that once staff is prepared to bring it back to us, we cannot put it on the agenda. So I just hear too many of us not being able to support the strategic plan priorities this evening. That's when this comes out. Even if it's not unanimous, there has to be a clear, strong support for the priority. That's what I want to see. That is why I am going to be supporting the motion to postpone. But still preserve your opportunity to bring to the forum for the discussion of AAP.
So I have Ms. McLaughlin, followed by Ms. Schultz.
I want to echo what Mr. Moon said. And frankly, colleagues, at the late hour it was when I first spoke, I was really trying to be incredibly respectful of the hard work people have put in this. But if this motion to postpone doesn't pass, I will change my abstention to a no vote. I cannot see us putting forward this strategic priorities plan when it is not ready yet. And this isn't about sort of differences in perspectives, or maybe it doesn't have all that we want to be. It's an incomplete document, and many of our colleagues tonight have cited very substantive concerns about what our targets are, how we arrived at those targets. Some we don't even have targets yet. I worry about what we signal to the public. Our staff can continue to do the work on this. They can continue to make this document reflective of the talent and the leadership that Dr. Brabrand. Tonight, if we do, this is on us. And I don't think this is going to reflect our leadership very well. So there's no reason to rush on this thing. If people want it sooner than April, I trust that Dr. Brabrand, in listening tonight, if they can get this thing in a manner that is to the point that board members feel their substantive concerns have been answered and that they can stand by it, the document, and vote for it, it can come sooner than April. But there's no way I'm going to throw my hand up and support this thing tonight. And I caution everybody for thinking that this is the best approach, just push it on. Some people call this a living document. There's a difference between a living document and a document that is prematurely being put before us and the public. The public will judge us on this thing, and it is not ready to reflect, I think, what this board and this school division is capable of.
So I haven't spoken to this yet. So before additional people go, I would like to have a couple of comments. First, I do believe it is a living document. And I think that there have been substantial improvements made since August or July, when we had the last conversation about adopting this. And at that point, I advocated for clearly focusing on what the priorities are and building consensus around the priorities. We did that in July, and that's what was used in briefing and building support amongst our building leaders and staff, and that's the pretty poster that was that's put up prominently across the county. Then the work of adding metrics began, and I think that there has been substantial work done in the area of metrics. There are areas where I too share concerns. I actually share concerns about the metrics that are being used for bridging our, eliminating our gaps in opportunity and access, including the gaps for AAP. But it's not clear that the data that is reflected in this document shows the true representation of who has the ability to access and who is accessing our advanced programs. Because what's not listed here are all of the kids that are taking advantage of the local level 4 programs and the programs where a child may be in a center but may not have been identified as a level 4 student. So there's a lot of unpacking that needs to go into this document and additional metrics added, rather than, the elegance of the document is that we have streamlined the metrics, but in some cases we may have streamlined them too much. And so I do think that it would be helpful to have a deeper conversation about some of these metrics. I worry about postponing until April, because that's at the same time that we are adopting our budget a month later, and many of the people at this board table know that I have advocated since the first year I was on this board that if you have a strategic plan and it is decoupled from your budget, then you actually don't have a strategic plan and you don't have a strategic budget. And so the work on this plan is critical to getting our budget aligned with it. So what I'm going to suggest is that we do defer a decision on this plan tonight until a date certain. I am very concerned that the date certain is April, and so I would like to hear from Dr. Brabrand or Mr. Smith whether you think April is the, a realistic date, or is there a more realistic date earlier than April?
Madam Chair, this may be a point of order. I was actually going to suggest that we say no later than to amend it, and that would give us the flexibility if staff is able. So I wanted to get that suggestion in there before you get the answer to your question.
So that would address some of my concerns.
And I think that might deal with the issue of April being too late. So if staff were ready with that amendment, then they could bring it to us sooner.
Okay, so I would offer to my colleagues that we will have a conversation at the next chair's meeting to try to see if there's a date prior to April. No, we do need to. I'm not suggesting that we've already done that, but depending on how this vote goes.
And I still second, because I still think a no later than is supportable.
Okay. And so at that point, we have, we've already, Ms. Schultz, are you speaking more to this, or do you think we can
just briefly. Mr. Smith, you had mentioned something that I think is a very key takeaway during the work session about the one-pagers. Could you just can you repeat that again about the one-pagers and the request for those at the schools?
Yes, no, the one-pagers, it's probably the biggest rollout that we've had of any document in Fairfax County. We've given it to all of our schools, all of our office sites. They have copies. If you look on the 5th floor, they're all over. They're in lunchrooms. They're everywhere. And we've had more schools ask for more copies of those documents.
So that's an important point for me to emphasize with our colleagues, is the strategic plan, even though we haven't voted on it, that we're not stopping teaching. We're not stopping, Dr. Brabrand, you're still leading the organization correctly. So the bottom line is that we can still align this budget to this document as we continue to refine it before we do actually vote on it. There's no reason why we can't, and Ilya, I believe you said it tonight, that we can still work towards aligning the budget to this document, even though we're moving forward. But I think this is correct. This is a living document that's being worked as we speak every day in our schools, and that needs to be the goal. But the backbone of it is what we need to get right. So I hope my colleagues say that let's be strategic with our time and vote on this when it's ready.
So Ms. Schultz, I'm going to go ahead and call the vote.
You would have to take a 3/4 vote. I would just say let's vote.
Yeah. Okay, so let's vote. Okay. All those in favor of deferring a vote on the strategic plan to a date no later than the April 4th board meeting, show your hands. So we have Ms. Schultz, Ms. Evans, Ms. Keys-Gamarra, Ms. McLaughlin, Mr. Moon, and Ms. Palchik. Those against? Ms. Strauss, Ms. Hines, Mr. McElveen, and Ms. Derenak-Kofax. Those abstaining? Yeah, so that motion passes. As Mr. Moon indicated, since the vote on the strategic plan has been deferred until no later than April, the follow-on motions will not be discussed tonight. However, as Mr. Moon explained earlier, the opportunity to have a forum, have someone bring a forum topic along the lines of the follow-on motions certainly is available, and it's something that is actually the more traditional manner in which we would have addressed a subject as big as this. So I think that I welcome that in the future. Now, if we could go to 5.05, Governance Committee proposed revisions to Policy 8335, wireless telecommunications facilities. This item has been removed from the agenda and will be considered at the December 20th, 2018 regular meeting. Item, Edward? I'm sorry, Ms. Strauss?
So we're not going to deal with the follow-on motions?
No, because the follow-on motions are dependent on a...
Okay, that's fine, just checking.
Okay.
Thanks.
So
I will be bringing a forum topic.
Okay, 6.0, consent agenda. Our adopted rules of parliamentary procedure, Robert's Rules, provide for a consent agenda listing several items for approval of the board by a single motion. Many items listed have gone through board review, and documentation has been provided to all board members and the public in advance. Items may be removed from the consent agenda at the request of any board member prior to the meeting. 6.01, approve the minutes of the October 25th, 2018 regular school board meeting. 6.02, confirm the separations for the period beginning October 1, 2018 and ending October 31, 2018. 6.03, A, adopt the resolution approving the 2019 sale of school bonds, and B, authorize the chairman or vice chairman with the advice of legal counsel for the school division to negotiate, execute, and administer the school board tax certificate and all other documents as are deemed appropriate and advisable, and to do all things necessary to complete the transaction contemplated by the resolution as detailed in the agenda item. 6.04, approve proposed revisions to the Strategic Governance Manual as recommended by the Governance Committee and as detailed in the agenda item. 6.05, approve changes to the list of middle and high school course offerings for the 2019-2020 school year as recommended by the Course Review Committee and as detailed in the agenda item. 6.06, appoint individuals to serve on committees as detailed in the agenda item. Is there any objection to approving the consent agenda? Hearing and seeing no objection, the consent agenda is approved. 7.0, new business. The following are new business agenda items. There will not be a vote tonight on these items, but action is scheduled at a future meeting. 7.01, award the contract for the chiller replacement at Annandale High School to the lowest responsive and responsible bidder, and authorize the division superintendent or the assistant superintendent of facilities and transportation services to execute and administer the contract on behalf of the school board. 7.02, award the contract for the chiller replacements at Twain Middle School to the lowest responsive and responsible bidder, and authorize the division superintendent or the assistant superintendent of facilities and transportation services to execute and administer the contract on behalf of the school board. 7.03, award a contract for the Clearview Elementary School renovation project to the lowest responsive and responsible bidder, and authorize the division superintendent or the assistant superintendent of facilities and transportation services to execute, deliver, and administer the contract on behalf of the school board. 7.04, award a contract for the Poe Middle School roof replacement project to the lowest responsive and responsible bidder, and authorize the division superintendent or the assistant superintendent of facilities and transportation services to execute, deliver, and administer contracts on behalf of the school board. 8, superintendent matters. Next on the agenda is the superintendent matters, and I will call on Dr. Brabrand.
Thank you, Chairman Corbett Sanders. Appreciate that. I got a couple things I wanted to share here with you all, even at this late hour, that I think are worthy of your knowledge. Excuse me for a moment. Let me just get to my notes. I'm really proud to let you know that Mary Beth Loofglass, the Assistant Superintendent for Department of Information Technology, was one of 16 professionals selected by the Northern Virginia Technology Council as a 2018 Tech 100 executive. It's made up of companies and individuals who are driving tech innovation, implementing new solutions for customers. Ms. Loofglass is the only K-12 or higher education executive named to this year's NVTC Tech 100 list. That's quite an accomplishment when you really think about the business world. So really proud of her. She has gone. I did ask her to go ahead and go home to be a tech top executive. I want to make sure she's busy making sure our databases are up and accurate for tomorrow. So I'm just really proud of her, and I really think that's probably all I need to say there. And I'll leave you with this. I taped a message last Friday that has gone out earlier this afternoon. You probably haven't had a chance to see it yet. We all gathered at the Thanksgiving table here at Fairfax and talked about what makes it being part of the Fairfax County Public Schools family so special. So I had Mike Mukai, who was principal at West Springfield, but he started kindergarten in this school system, worked his way all the way through K-12. He was part of the first graduating class of TJ when TJ was redesigned. And he came back and has been in Fairfax County his entire career. Working his way up to now be principal at West Springfield. And he got to talk about his story. We also had bus driver Stefan Glasgow. She graduated from Edison, I think back in 2001. And since then, she came back to us and has driven the bus route at Edison for over 15 years. First taking her young children on there. And now getting to ride with kids that have been a part of her high school experience, and we're just so lucky to have people like her in operations. We also have Glasgow's middle school teacher, Jillian Dominich. She's a wonderful middle school teacher, and she's done a great job in her school. She also grew up in the Fairfax family as a student here. And she has a unique connection because part of her Fairfax family connection was her father was the superintendent. And she has come back to be a part of the school system. And the final person I interviewed was Mara Francis. She's been at Poplar Tree Elementary for over 15 years. Years and years ago, Mara also grew up in the Fairfax family. And she had a personal connection. Her father, Robert Spillane, was superintendent. She always wanted to come back and be part of Fairfax and actually had to wait a few years. She was in Arlington, but her dad was still superintendent and couldn't be hired. All four of them have a wonderful, wonderful story to share, and I hope you get a chance to listen to their stories about what makes this family so special. There's so many stories. There's so many untold stories still, and one of my big commitments to you all is to continue to lift up voices that I think we need to hear in this school system, and we need to hear in our community too, about what we have. The joy of being in Fairfax County is real, and I truly appreciate everything that the school board staff, parents, and community does for Fairfax County Public Schools. And we are at the moment of Thanksgiving, and I give thanks for many blessings, including being a part of the Fairfax County family. And I am confident in the weeks and months ahead, sooner than April, that we will pass a strategic plan, and we'll continue to see positive momentum in our legislative program in Richmond, and we'll have another fantastic budget year where the Board of Supervisors works with us to invest in our kids and community. So thank you very much.
So, next is board matters, and I call on Mr. McElveen.
Happy Thanksgiving. Pass it down.
Ms. Derenak
Happy
Fairfax.
Thanksgiving.
Ms. McLaughlin.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Ms. Keys-Gamarra.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Ms. Evans.
Happy Thanksgiving, everyone.
Ms. Schultz.
Happy Thanksgiving and happy birthday to me on Thanksgiving.
Oh. Ms. Strauss.
Happy Thanksgiving to everybody.
That worked well.
And I will end this meeting with a happy Thanksgiving to everybody and a great thanks to everybody for sticking with us tonight. Appreciate it.
She might be mad at me, but she didn't. No, when I passed it down, Tammy looked pissed off. I was like, I thought I stepped in something. Oh, thank God. She might have to go to work tomorrow. You know, I don't know. I think it was a strategy, and I don't think she thought it was going to go that way. That's what I think. Don't be starting a fight if you don't want
People
it to get
just kind of peeled off, right?
I know.
It's like everybody just kind of wandered away.
I know. I know.
There's no orderly progression here.
Can I use this? I'm going to put my cookies. I'm going to use your bag to put my...
Yeah, go right ahead.
You going to your house in Chincoteague? Oh, Michigan, that's right.
Oh, thank you. And I did see that your birthday is actually on Thanksgiving Day, where you get a twofer. You know, my husband.
Actually, my anniversary of getting engaged too.
Oh, wow.
The year that I got engaged to my husband.
Aww.
Thanksgiving, my birthday.
Is there ever a time where you remember that and you go, no, that wasn't a good thing? No.
Well, my
Nah.
husband occasionally is on November 27th. So
Whatever.
Yeah.
We've had
and my
to
mother was
combine.